Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The First Breath of Dragons. In the beginning, when the world was young, and the boundaries between mortal and divine were as thin as morning mist, there existed a time of creation unlike any other. The ancient chronicles speak of Io, the ninefold dragon, the great creator, whose very essence contained the spark of all draconic life. From his divine breath came not only the great worms that would rule the skies, but also something far more extraordinary. A race that would bridge the gap between dragon and mortal, carrying within their scaled hearts the legacy of both worlds. The Dragonborn were not born as other races were born. They did not emerge from evolutionary necessity or divine experiment, but from a moment of cosmic significance that would echo through the ages. In the primordial epoch, when the fabric of reality itself was still malleable, Io the Creator looked upon the world he had shaped and saw that it lacked something essential: beings who could embody the nobility of dragons while possessing the adaptability and drive of mortal races. The creation itself was a ritual of unimaginable scope and sacrifice. Deep within the astral dominions, where thought becomes reality and will shape's existence, Io gathered the fundamental forces of creation: fire and ice, lightning and acid. The very breath weapons that would define draconic might were woven together in a tapestry of divine power. But this was not merely an act of magical creation. It was a covenant, a binding promise between the divine and the mortal that would define an entire race's destiny. From the crystalline depths of his celestial domain, Io called forth the first breath. This was not the destructive exhalation of conquest that dragons would become known for, but something far more profound. The breath of Genesis, the divine wind that carries souls into being. As this cosmic breath flowed forth, it took shape and substance, coalescing into forms that were both familiar and wondrous. Humanoid in stature, yet scaled like the greatest worms, possessed of draconic breath, yet bound by mortal lifespans. These first Dragonborn emerged as living embodiments of their creator's vision. Each of the first generation bore the mark of their divine origin in ways both subtle and profound. Their scales shimmered with an inner light that spoke of celestial forges. Their eyes held depths that reflected the wisdom of ancient dragons, and within their chests burned the eternal flame of draconic pride. Yet they were not merely lesser dragons walking upright. They possessed something their draconic kin often lacked: the capacity for growth, change, and the fierce determination that comes from knowing one's time is limited. The early Dragonborn found themselves in a world that was both welcoming and hostile to their existence. Their draconic heritage granted them natural majesty and power that few could match, yet it also marked them as outsiders in a world dominated by dragons on one side and lesser mortals on the other. They were too powerful to be ignored, too few to dominate, and too proud to submit. It was this fundamental tension that would shape their entire civilizational arc, driving them to achievements that would astonish even their draconic ancestors, while ultimately contributing to their greatest tragedies. In those first centuries of existence, the Dragonborn developed the cultural foundations that would define them for millennia to come. Honor became their guiding principle, not because it was imposed upon them, but because their draconic pride demanded nothing less than excellence in all endeavors. They created the first codes of scale, intricate behavioral guidelines that governed everything from combat to courtship, from governance to artistic expression. These codes were not mere laws but sacred trusts, binding each dragonborn to uphold the dignity of their race and the memory of their divine creator. The early clans formed naturally around the different aspects of draconic heritage that manifested most strongly in various bloodlines. Those who breathed fire gathered together, finding kinship in shared power and temperament. The ice-breathed formed their own communities in colder climes, while those touched by lightning sought the high peaks where storms were born. Each clan developed its own traditions and specializations, yet all remained united by the fundamental truth of their shared origin and divine purpose. As generations passed, the Dragonborn began to understand that their creation was not an end but a beginning. They were meant to be more than living monuments to their Creator's power. They were intended to forge their own destiny, while honoring the legacy that flowed in their veins. This realization sparked the first great flowering of Dragonborn civilization, as communities grew into cities, cities into kingdoms, and kingdoms into the mighty empire that would become known as Arcosia. The ancient texts speak of the Great Awakening, a period when the scattered Dragonborn clans first began to see themselves not as disparate groups sharing common ancestry, but as a single people with a shared destiny. This was facilitated by the emergence of the first Dragonborn prophets, individuals whose connection to their draconic heritage was so strong that they could commune directly with the spirits of their ancestors and, some claimed, with Io himself. These prophets brought forth the sacred histories, oral traditions that preserved not only the story of their creation, but also the divine mandates that were to guide their civilization. Chief among these was the Covenant of Scales, which declared that the Dragonborn were to be living bridges between the mortal and divine realms, protectors of cosmic balance, and exemplars of honorable conduct in all their dealings. This covenant was not merely philosophical. It was a magical binding that would influence Dragonborn nature for all time. The early Dragonborn also discovered that their creation had imbued them with abilities beyond their breath weapons and natural armor. They possessed an innate understanding of draconic magic, could speak the ancient languages of creation, and had a natural affinity for the crafting of items that bridged the mundane and magical realms. These gifts would prove instrumental in the building of their great empire, but they also served as constant reminders of the divine expectations placed upon their shoulders. Yet even in these early days of wonder and discovery, the seeds of future tragedy were being sown. The very pride that drove the Dragonborn to greatness also made them inflexible in their dealings with other races, who they often viewed as lesser beings unworthy of true respect. Their draconic heritage, which granted them such magnificent gifts, also carried within it the potential for the same hubris that had led many great dragons to ruin, and their devotion to honor, while admirable, would prove to be both shield and sword in the conflicts to come. The chronicles tell us that in those pristine early days, before empire and war had tested their mettle, the Dragonborn truly lived up to the vision Io had held when he breathed them into existence. They were noble without being tyrannical, proud without being cruel, powerful without being destructive. They represented the highest ideals of both draconic majesty and mortal determination, a synthesis that had never been achieved before and would never be achieved again. As we delve deeper into their story, we see how these divine origins shaped every aspect of Dragonborn existence. Their architecture echoed the grand chambers of dragon lairs, while incorporating the practical needs of mortal life. Their art celebrated both the fierce beauty of draconic forms and the dynamic energy of mortal aspiration. Their military traditions combined the tactical brilliance of ancient dragons with the innovative adaptability that only mortal races seem to possess. But perhaps most importantly, their early history reveals the fundamental contradiction that would define their entire existence. They were created to be bridges between worlds, yet this very nature would make them perpetual outsiders in both. Too draconic for easy acceptance among mortal races, too mortal for true kinship with dragons, they would spend their entire civilizational history searching for a place where they could truly belong while carrying the magnificent burden of their unique heritage. The first breath of dragons created more than just a new race. It created a living question about the nature of identity, purpose, and belonging that resonates through every chapter of Dragonborn history. In understanding their divine origins, we begin to comprehend not only who they were, but why their story carries such profound significance for all who seek to understand the complex relationships between power and responsibility, pride and humility, legacy and innovation that define the greatest civilizations of any age. Chapter 2: Arcosia. The Golden Empire. All empires begin with a dream, yet few dreams burn as brightly as those forged in dragonfire and tempered by divine purpose. In the annals of mortal achievement, no civilization has ever risen to such magnificent heights while carrying the weight of such cosmic expectations as did Arcosia, the Golden Empire of the Dragonborn. It was a realm where the impossible became commonplace, where mortal ambition was elevated by draconic majesty, and where the very stones of its cities hummed with the power of creation itself. The founding of Arcosia was not a sudden conquest or a fortunate discovery, but the culmination of centuries of careful planning and divine inspiration. As the scattered Dragonborn clans began to understand their shared destiny, visionary leaders emerged who could see beyond tribal boundaries to something far grander. Chief among these was Vorthak the Flameheart, a gold-scaled dragonborn whose breath could melt steel, and whose vision could pierce the veils of time itself. Vorthak had received what the chronicles describe as the Great Revelation, a prophetic dream sent by Io himself, that showed the future that awaited the Dragonborn if they could unite their scattered strength. In this vision, he saw a golden city rising from the heart of a vast continent, its towers reaching toward the heavens like the necks of ascending dragons. He saw Dragonborn artisans creating wonders that rivaled the treasures of ancient worms, scholars unlocking secrets that had been hidden since the world's creation, and warriors whose prowess exceeded even the legends of their draconic ancestors. But more than mere glory, Vorthak's vision revealed the true purpose behind Arcosia's destined greatness. The Empire was to be a beacon of order in a chaotic world, a demonstration that mortal races could achieve transcendent greatness without abandoning honor or compassion. It would serve as proof that the bridge between mortal and divine was not merely possible but necessary for the continued evolution of all existence. The site chosen for the Empire's heart was a plateau of crystalline stone that legend claimed had been formed from a single scale shed by Io during the act of creation. Here, where ley lines of magical energy converged from across the continent, the first stones of Arxost, the Golden Throne City, were laid with ceremonies that lasted for 3 full seasons. Each foundation stone was blessed by representatives of every Dragonborn clan, imbued with breath weapons that merged together into a permanent ward of protection that would endure for millennia. The early years of Arcosia's construction were marked by achievements that bordered on the miraculous. Dragonborn architects, guided by inherited memories of draconic laircraft, designed buildings that seemed to grow from the earth itself rather than merely rest upon it. The Imperial Palace complex rose in spiraling towers that caught and channeled both sunlight and starlight, creating illumination that never dimmed and warmth that never failed. The great libraries were carved into living crystal formations that preserved knowledge not merely in written form, but as crystallized thoughts that could be experienced directly by those with sufficient mental discipline. The Golden Empire's expansion across the continent was unlike any conquest the world had ever witnessed. Rather than simply subduing other peoples through force of arms, Arcosia offered something far more powerful, a vision of civilization that elevated all who participated in it. Other races were not conquered, but invited to join in the grand project of creating a perfect society. Those who accepted Dragonborn leadership found themselves not subjugated, but empowered, their own talents and traditions incorporated into an ever-growing tapestry of cultural achievement. The imperial military reflected this philosophy of enlightened dominance. The draconic legions were not merely soldiers, but living embodiments of Arcosian ideals. Each legionnaire was expected to be not only a warrior, but also a scholar, artist, and philosopher capable of representing the Empire's values wherever they traveled. Their armor was crafted from dragon-scale steel, a revolutionary alloy that combined the protective qualities of draconic hide with the flexibility of masterwork metal. Their weapons were not merely tools of war, but works of art that could channel their wielders' breath weapons to devastating effect. The economic foundation of Arcosia rested upon innovations that other civilizations could scarcely comprehend. Dragonborn metallurgists had unlocked the secrets of working with materials that lesser races considered impossible to shape. Adamantine, mithril, and even crystallized dragonfire became the raw materials of everyday construction. Their farmers cultivated crops that grew in harmony with draconic magic, producing yields that could feed populations far beyond what conventional agriculture could support. Their merchants established trade routes that spanned not merely continents but planes of existence, bringing exotic goods and knowledge from the far reaches of the multiverse. Yet perhaps Arcosia's greatest achievement lay not in its material splendor, but in its approach to governance and law. The Imperial Code, written in the ancient draconic script that few outside the Empire could even read, established principles of justice that balanced individual honor with collective responsibility. Every citizen, regardless of race or origin, was considered a member of the extended clan of Arcosia, entitled to protection and opportunity in exchange for their contribution to the Empire's continued growth and prosperity. The Golden Senate, composed of representatives from every major population center and cultural group within the Empire, met in a great amphitheater where the acoustics were magically enhanced to ensure that every voice could be heard clearly throughout the chamber. Debates were conducted according to ritualized protocols that emphasized reasoned argument over emotional appeal, with the ultimate goal being not victory, but the discovery of truth and the implementation of policies that would benefit all Imperial citizens. Education within Arcosia was perhaps the Empire's most revolutionary innovation. The Imperial academies were open to all citizens who demonstrated aptitude and dedication, regardless of their racial heritage or social origin. The curriculum combined practical skills with theoretical knowledge, magical training with philosophical inquiry, and artistic expression with scientific investigation. Students learned not merely to memorize facts, but to think critically, to question assumptions, and to seek always for deeper understanding of the principles that governed existence itself. The heights of Arcosian culture were perhaps best exemplified in their artistic achievements. The great murals of the Imperial Palace told the story of creation itself, beginning with Io's first breath, and extending forward to prophetic visions of the Empire's ultimate destiny. These were not merely painted decorations, but magical constructs that could transport viewers into the scenes they depicted, allowing them to experience history as if they had been present at the moments of greatest significance. Arcosian music incorporated the natural harmonics of draconic roars and breath weapons, creating compositions that could literally reshape reality in subtle ways. A properly performed Imperial symphony could encourage healing, enhance courage, or even influence the weather patterns across vast regions. The greatest composers were regarded as wielders of cosmic forces, their concerts attended by beings from across the planes of existence who came to witness these unique fusions of art and magic. The Empire's golden age reached its zenith during the reign of Empress Kvaleth the Stormbreath, whose silver scales were said to reflect the light of distant stars, and whose breath weapon could summon lightning from clear skies. Under her rule, Arcosia expanded to encompass nearly half the known world, its influence extending even to realms where Dragonborn had never set foot. Trade caravans bearing the Golden Dragon standard of Arcosia were welcomed in the most distant cities, their goods prized not merely for their quality, but for their association with the legendary Empire. It was during Kvaleth's reign that the Empire's scholars achieved their greatest triumph, the successful mapping of the planar boundaries and the establishment of permanent gateways to the elemental planes. This breakthrough, allowed Arcosia to access resources and knowledge that had previously been beyond the reach of any mortal civilization. Expeditions to the plane of air brought back crystallized storms that could power magical devices for centuries. Journeys to the plane of earth yielded gems and metals of unprecedented purity. Most remarkably, diplomatic missions to the plane of fire resulted in formal treaties with elemental princes who recognized Arcosia as a legitimate power worthy of respect and alliance. The cultural flowering that accompanied these planar expeditions transformed Arcosia into something approaching the divine vision that had inspired its founding. Architecture began to incorporate elements that existed partially in multiple planes simultaneously, creating buildings that seemed to shift and change depending upon the observer's perspective. Gardens bloomed with flowers that grew from seeds of pure elemental essence, their beauty so transcendent that even celestial beings would descend from the upper planes to witness their splendor. Yet even at the height of its glory, perceptive observers could detect the subtle signs of the challenges that would eventually threaten the Empire's stability. The very success that had elevated Arcosia to unprecedented heights also fostered a growing sense of isolation from the rest of the world. Younger generations of Dragonborn began to view their empire not as a beacon for all civilization, but as proof of their inherent superiority over lesser races. The pride that had once driven them to include and elevate others slowly transformed into an exclusivity that saw non-Dragonborn as inherently inferior, useful perhaps as servants or subjects, but never as true equals. The imperial administration, once fluid and responsive to the needs of diverse populations, gradually calcified into rigid hierarchies that favored those of pure Dragonborn heritage. Laws that had once applied equally to all citizens began to include subtle distinctions that privileged the scaled over the smooth-skinned. The great academies, while still technically open to all, developed entrance requirements and cultural expectations that effectively excluded most non-Dragonborn applicants. Perhaps most ominously, the Empire's military doctrine began to shift from its founding principles of enlightened expansion to a more conventional model of dominance through superior force. The Draconic legions, once seen as liberators and civilizers, increasingly functioned as occupying forces in regions that showed insufficient enthusiasm for Arcosian rule. Resistance to imperial policies, once addressed through negotiation and accommodation, was more frequently met with overwhelming displays of force designed to discourage further dissent. These changes did not go unnoticed beyond Arcosia's borders. Other civilizations that had once sought to emulate the Empire's achievements now began to view it with suspicion and growing alarm. The rise of competing powers, particularly the Tiefling Empire of Bhaal provided focus and organization for those who felt threatened by Arcosia's evolving policies. What had once been friendly rivalry between different approaches to civilization began to harden into irreconcilable, ideological conflict. The final decades of Arcosia's golden age were marked by increasingly frequent border incidents and diplomatic crises that the Empire's leaders seemed unable or unwilling to resolve through their traditional methods of reasoned negotiation. The very success that had once made Arcosia the natural leader of civilized peoples now made it appear as an existential threat to those who valued independence over imposed perfection. As we reflect upon the rise of the Golden Empire, we see both the heights of achievement possible when mortal ambition is guided by divine purpose, and the inevitable corruption that comes when success breeds complacency and pride overwhelms wisdom. Arcosia stands as a testament to the possibility of transcendent greatness, yet its story also serves as a warning about the seductive nature of power, and the ease with which noble intentions can be twisted into instruments of oppression. In the end, the Empire's greatest achievement may have been not its monuments or conquests, but the demonstration that even the most perfect society remains vulnerable to the fundamental flaws of those who create and sustain it. Chapter 3. The Platinum Compact. Sacred oaths shape the destiny of nations, yet none have ever carried the weight of cosmic law, as did the Platinum Compact, the divine covenant that bound the Dragonborn, not merely to their creators, but to the fundamental forces that govern all existence. This was no mere treaty between mortal and divine, but a binding of souls that would define the very essence of what it meant to carry draconic blood while walking in mortal form. To understand the Dragonborn, one must first comprehend the sacred obligations that flowed through their veins like molten gold, forever marking them as children of two worlds, yet masters of neither. The origins of the Platinum Compact reach back to the earliest days of Dragonborn existence, when the first generation still bore the direct touch of Io's breath upon their scales. In those primordial times, the barrier between the material plane and the draconic realms was gossamer thin, allowing communion between the newly created Dragonborn and their divine ancestors. It was during one such communion that the ancient gold dragon, Aurelian the Eternal, speaking with the voice of Bahamut himself, presented the sacred terms that would bind all future generations. The compact was inscribed upon platinum tablets that legend claims were forged from the concentrated essence of starlight itself, their surface bearing script that shifted between the ancient draconic tongue and symbols that predated language entirely. These tablets were not merely written documents, but living artifacts that pulsed with divine energy, their words capable of inscribing themselves directly upon the souls of those who swore to uphold their terms. The very act of reading the compact aloud bound the speaker and their bloodline to its eternal provisions. At its foundation, the Platinum Compact established 3 sacred pillars that would guide Dragonborn civilization throughout its existence. The first pillar, known as the duty of honor, mandated that all Dragonborn must conduct themselves with a dignity befitting their divine heritage. This was not merely about personal behavior, but about recognizing that every action taken by a Dragonborn reflected upon their entire race, and by extension, upon their draconic creators. Dishonor was thus not simply a personal failing, but a cosmic transgression that weakened the bonds between mortal and divine realms. The second pillar, the obligation of protection, charged the Dragonborn with serving as guardians of cosmic balance. They were to stand against forces that would unmake creation, whether these threats came from the chaotic depths of the abyss, the tyrannical heights of the 9 hells, or the alien madness of the far realm. This obligation extended beyond mere military service to encompass intellectual, cultural, and spiritual vigilance against any force that would diminish the ordered beauty of existence itself. The third pillar, the Covenant of Ascension, perhaps the most complex and burdensome of the 3, required that the Dragonborn continuously strive to bridge the gap between mortal limitation and draconic perfection. They were to serve as living examples of what was possible when divine gift met mortal determination, always seeking to elevate not only themselves, but all those who came within their sphere of influence. This was both a promise and a warning. The potential for transcendence came with the responsibility to achieve it. The rituals surrounding the compact's observance became central to Dragonborn culture, marking every significant milestone in individual and collective life. The rite of first breath, performed when Dragonborn children first manifested their elemental exhalation, included a formal recitation of the compact's terms and a personal oath to uphold its principles. These ceremonies were not mere formalities, but mystical experiences that created tangible spiritual bonds between the young Dragonborn and their draconic heritage. The architectural marvels of Arcosia reflected the compact's influence in ways both obvious and subtle. The great Temple of the Platinum Flame, built at the very heart of the capital city, housed the original tablets within a sanctuary that existed partially in multiple planes simultaneously. Pilgrims from across the empire would journey to this holy site to renew their vows and seek guidance in interpreting the compact's more cryptic provisions. The temple's design incorporated sacred geometry that channeled planar energies in patterns said to mirror the divine mathematics that governed creation itself. Within this temple served the Order of the Platinum Scale, an elite priesthood composed of Dragonborn who had demonstrated exceptional devotion to the compact's principles. These priests underwent transformative rituals that enhanced their natural draconic traits, their scales taking on an actual platinum sheen, that marked them as living embodiments of the sacred covenant. They served not only as spiritual guides, but as arbiters in disputes where the compact's interpretation was unclear, their judgments carrying the weight of divine authority. The compact's influence extended far beyond religious observance into the very structure of Arcosian law and governance. The imperial code, that masterwork of jurisprudence that governed the empire at its height, was explicitly based upon interpretations of the compact's principles. Legal scholars spent lifetimes studying the subtle implications of each clause, developing an elaborate system of precedent and interpretation that sought to apply cosmic law to the mundane challenges of governing a diverse empire. Perhaps most significantly, the compact established the principle of draconic ancestry as the foundation of dragonborn identity. Unlike other races that define themselves primarily through cultural or geographical markers, the Dragonborn understood their fundamental nature as flowing directly from their spiritual connection to specific dragon lineages. This connection was not merely metaphorical but mystically real, creating bonds that transcended physical death and linked each individual to an eternal chain of being that stretched back to the first dragons and forward to theoretical ultimate ascension. The 5 great bloodlines that emerged during Arcosia's classical period each interpreted the compact through the lens of their particular draconic heritage. The gold-scaled houses emphasized the compact's protective aspects, viewing themselves as cosmic guardians whose duty was to preserve order against all threats. The silver-scaled clans focused on the Covenant's intellectual demands, becoming the Empire's greatest scholars and philosophers. The bronze houses specialized in the practical applications of the compact's principles, developing the technologies and systems that made Arcosian civilization possible. The copper clans interpreted the compact as requiring them to serve as bridges between the Dragonborn and other races, becoming the Empire's diplomats and cultural ambassadors. The brass houses, perhaps most controversially, argued that the compact's emphasis on ascension justified their pursuit of ever greater magical power, regardless of the risks such research might entail. These differing interpretations would later contribute to internal tensions within the Empire, as different bloodlines developed conflicting views of their sacred obligations. The mystical aspects of the compact manifested in ways that defied conventional understanding of magic and divine intervention. Dragonborn, who lived in strict accordance with its principles, found their natural abilities enhanced beyond normal limits. Their breath weapons grew more powerful and precise. Their scales became more resistant to harm, and their lifespans extended well beyond typical Dragonborn norms. More remarkably, those who achieved perfect harmony with the compact's demands occasionally experienced moments of direct communion with their draconic ancestors, receiving visions and guidance that transcended ordinary prophetic ability. The compact also established protocols for interaction with true dragons, creating a complex system of mutual obligation and respect that governed relations between the Dragonborn and their larger kin. Ancient dragons who had witnessed the compact's initial formation recognized Dragonborn as legitimate cousins worthy of consideration, while younger dragons were educated in the proper forms of address and conduct appropriate to beings who shared their essential nature while walking a different path. These draconic relationships proved crucial during Arcosia's expansion, as allied dragons served not merely as powerful military assets, but as living repositories of ancient wisdom and cosmic perspective. The great councils where Dragonborn leaders consulted with their draconic advisors became legendary for both their practical effectiveness and their demonstration of the unique position the Dragonborn occupied between mortal and divine realms. Yet the compact's very comprehensiveness also created vulnerabilities that would later prove catastrophic. Its emphasis on honor and cosmic duty, while inspiring at their best, could also foster rigidity and self-righteousness that blinded adherents to the legitimate concerns and perspectives of those who did not share their heritage. The conviction that they were bound by divine law to serve as guardians and guides for all creation sometimes translated into an assumption of superiority that alienated potential allies and justified increasingly authoritarian policies. The compact's interpretation during the later imperial period reflected these growing tensions. Younger generations of Dragonborn, born into unprecedented prosperity and power, began to emphasize those aspects of the Covenant that validated their privileged position, while downplaying the responsibilities and limitations it imposed. The sacred obligation to protect and elevate others gradually transformed into a conviction that others existed primarily to be protected and elevated, whether they desired such intervention or not. The scholarship surrounding the compact's proper interpretation became increasingly complex and arcane, as imperial theologians sought to reconcile its ancient principles with the evolving realities of governing a vast, diverse empire. Debates that had once focused on practical applications of sacred law began to center on abstract theological questions that seemed to have little bearing on the daily challenges facing imperial citizens. This intellectual drift away from practical wisdom toward theoretical purity reflected the broader disconnection between Dragonborn ideals and the complex realities of their position in the world. The most tragic aspect of the Compact's later history was the way its genuine spiritual insights became entangled with political expedience and racial pride. The sacred duty to serve as bridges between worlds was gradually reinterpreted as evidence of inherent superiority over those who lacked draconic heritage. The obligation to protect cosmic balance became justification for imposing Dragonborn solutions on problems that other races might have addressed differently. The Covenant of Ascension transformed from a personal spiritual challenge into a collective mission that seemed to require the subordination of all non-Dragonborn peoples. As we examine the Platinum Compact's role in shaping Dragonborn civilization, we see both the transformative power of sacred purpose and the dangerous potential for even the most noble ideals to be corrupted by pride and circumstance. The Compact gave the Dragonborn a sense of cosmic significance and moral clarity that enabled them to achieve unprecedented greatness, yet it also created expectations and obligations that proved impossible to fulfill without compromising the very principles it sought to uphold. In the end, the greatest challenge facing any people bound by divine covenant may be learning to live up to their highest aspirations while remaining humble enough to recognize their fundamental humanity. Chapter 4. Warriors of Scale and Honor. True strength is not measured by the sharpness of one's blade or the power of one's breath, but by the unbreakable resolve to uphold honor even when the heavens themselves seem to demand compromise. In the martial traditions of the Dragonborn, we find not merely a system of combat and warfare, but a complete philosophy of existence that elevated every conflict from mere violence to sacred ritual. Every warrior, from simple soldier to guardian of cosmic order, their way of war was their way of life. And in understanding how they fought, we begin to comprehend the very soul of a people who believed themselves born to stand between chaos and creation. The foundation of Dragonborn martial culture rested upon the ancient principle of Thrathak Vorthak, literally translated as honor through conflict, which held that true character could only be revealed and refined through the crucible of struggle. This was not a glorification of violence for its own sake, but a recognition that in moments of greatest challenge, when survival itself hung in the balance, the deepest truths about oneself and one's values would inevitably emerge. To the Dragonborn, every battle was thus both a test of skill and a moral examination that would either validate their worthiness or expose their hidden flaws. The clan structure that dominated Dragonborn society found its purest expression in their military organization. Each of the great bloodline clans maintained its own martial traditions, passed down through generations, not merely as techniques to be learned, but as sacred inheritances that connected each warrior to the heroic deeds of their ancestors. The gold-scaled houses developed the discipline of the solar phalanx, formations that combined individual prowess with group coordination to create battle lines that blazed with the collective fury of miniature suns. Their warriors trained from childhood to fight as one being with many bodies, their movements so synchronized that they could execute complex maneuvers without verbal commands. The silver-scaled clans perfected the art of lunar combat, a flowing style that emphasized adaptation and intelligence over raw power. Their warriors were taught to read the battlefield like scholars studying ancient texts, identifying patterns and opportunities that others might miss. They specialized in night fighting and ambush tactics, using their natural breath weapons to create zones of freezing mist that confused enemies while providing perfect concealment for coordinated strikes. A single company of silver-scaled warriors could hold mountain passes against forces 10 times their number by choosing their ground carefully and fighting with patience that bordered on the supernatural. The bronze houses forged the Tempest disciplines, martial arts that incorporated their electrical breath weapons into devastating close combat techniques. Their warriors carried specially crafted weapons that could channel and focus lightning, turning every sword stroke into a potential thunderbolt. They became legendary for their ability to fight effectively in the worst weather conditions, actually growing stronger during storms, when the natural lightning in the air resonated with their inner electrical nature. Bronze warriors would often seek out battles during tempests, their eyes blazing with captured lightning as they carved through enemy ranks like living embodiments of divine wrath. The training regimens developed by each clan reflected not only their particular abilities, but their philosophical approaches to the warrior's path. Gold-scaled initiates underwent the trial of the Burning Mountain, a grueling ordeal that required them to climb an active volcano while carrying the full battle gear of their ancestors. The heat that would have killed members of other races served to awaken the deepest levels of their fire-breathing abilities while testing their resolve to its absolute limits. Those who reached the summit found not only enhanced physical capabilities, but a spiritual connection to the elemental forces that powered their breath weapons. Silver-scaled training emphasized mental discipline above physical prowess. Young warriors spent years in meditation chambers carved from glacial ice, learning to maintain perfect focus while their bodies grew numb from cold. They studied not only combat techniques but history, philosophy, and the subtle arts of reading intention and emotion in others. A fully trained silver warrior could detect deception, predict enemy movements, and coordinate with allies through the slightest gestures or changes in breathing patterns. The bronze houses subjected their initiates to the lightning trials, ceremonies that involved standing exposed on mountain peaks during thunderstorms, while learning to draw natural lightning into their bodies without being destroyed by it. This practice was extraordinarily dangerous. Many promising young warriors were killed during training, but those who survived emerged with electrical abilities that far exceeded the norm for their bloodline. Master Bronze warriors could call down lightning strikes at will, and were said to be able to move at the speed of thought when battle fury took them. Beyond the bloodline-specific traditions, all Dragonborn warriors were expected to master the 7 sacred stances, foundational combat positions that had been revealed in visions to the first Dragonborn war leaders. Each stance corresponded to a different aspect of draconic nature and was designed to channel specific types of inner power. The stance of the Ascending Worm focused upward energy and was used for attacks that targeted flying enemies or siege warfare. The stance of the Coiled Serpent emphasized defensive positioning and was perfect for holding ground against overwhelming odds. The stance of the Hunting Predator was employed when pursuing fleeing enemies or conducting rapid assault operations. The stance of the Territorial Guardian was used when defending specific locations or protecting non-combatants. The stance of the Ancient Sage was reserved for formal duels and ceremonial combat where honor was more important than victory. The stance of the Raging Storm was unleashed when all restraint had to be abandoned and total destruction was the only acceptable outcome. The final stance, the stance of the Eternal Vigil, was a meditative position used for maintaining alertness during long periods of waiting or guard duty. Mastery of these stances required not only physical conditioning but deep spiritual development. Each position demanded a different mental state and emotional alignment, and warriors spent decades learning to shift fluidly between them as battlefield conditions changed. The greatest Dragonborn fighters could cycle through all 7 stances in the course of a single combat, their fighting style adapting moment by moment to create maximum advantage against any opponent. The weapons favored by Dragonborn warriors reflected both their draconic heritage and their sophisticated metallurgical skills. The traditional dragonborn greatsword, known as a Vorthoktar or Honor's Edge, was forged according to techniques that incorporated the smith's own breath weapon into the tempering process. Fire-breathing smiths created blades that glowed with internal heat and could ignite flammable materials on contact. Ice-breathing craftsmen produced weapons that stayed perpetually cold and could freeze liquids solid with a touch. Lightning-forged blades crackled with electrical energy that could disrupt magical effects and stun opponents. These weapons were not mass-produced, but individually crafted for specific warriors, each blade incorporating materials and techniques chosen to complement its wielder's particular strengths and fighting style. The forging of a Vorthoktar was itself a sacred ritual that could take months to complete, with the smith and the future wielder working together to create not merely a tool but a spiritual extension of the warrior's will and purpose. Dragonborn armor represented perhaps the pinnacle of their metalworking arts. The traditional harness consisted of overlapping scales crafted from dragon scale steel, a unique alloy that combined metallic strength with the flexibility and protective qualities of actual dragon hide. Each suit was custom-fitted to its wearer and incorporated design elements that reflected their clan heritage and personal achievements. Master armorers could create suits that enhanced the wearer's natural breath weapon, provided protection against specific types of attacks, or even allowed limited flight through the incorporation of enchanted wing-like extensions. The code of honor that governed Dragonborn warfare was as complex and binding as any religious doctrine. The Kythera Vorthak, or Path of Honorable Conflict, established principles that distinguished legitimate warfare from mere violence and defined the conduct expected of any warrior who claimed draconic heritage. Central to this code was the concept of proportional response, which required that the force used in any conflict be appropriate to the threat faced and the goals sought. Overwhelming weaker opponents through sheer power was considered as dishonorable as losing to stronger ones through lack of preparation or courage. The code also mandated respect for non-combatants and established strict protocols for the treatment of prisoners and the conduct of sieges. Dragonborn armies were required to provide clear warnings before attacking civilian targets and to offer terms for surrender that acknowledged the dignity of defeated opponents. Torture was absolutely forbidden, and the execution of prisoners was permitted only in cases where they had themselves violated the codes of honorable warfare. Perhaps most importantly, the Kythera Vorthak required that all Dragonborn warriors accept personal responsibility for their actions in combat. Victory achieved through dishonorable means was considered worse than defeat suffered while maintaining one's integrity. This principle created a warrior culture that valued moral courage as highly as physical bravery and produced fighters who would rather die than compromise their essential values. The practical application of these honor codes in actual warfare created both tremendous strengths and significant vulnerabilities for Dragonborn military forces. Their reputation for honorable conduct made them trusted allies and sometimes enabled them to achieve diplomatic solutions that pure military force could not. Enemy forces often surrendered more readily to Dragonborn armies because they knew they would be treated fairly in defeat. However, the same codes that made them admirable opponents also made them predictable ones. Enemies who were willing to abandon honor for tactical advantage could exploit Dragonborn reluctance to use certain strategies or target certain objectives. The growing conflicts of Arcosia's later period would test these traditional codes in ways their creators had never anticipated, forcing Dragonborn commanders to choose between military effectiveness and moral purity. The elite warrior orders that emerged during Arcosia's imperial period represented the apotheosis of Dragonborn martial culture. The Order of the Platinum Scale combined the finest warriors from all bloodlines into a force that served as both the Emperor's personal guard and the ultimate expression of Dragonborn military ideals. Membership in the Order required not only exceptional fighting skill, but demonstrated mastery of the philosophical principles underlying their martial traditions. The Adamantine Brotherhood specialized in siege warfare and defensive operations. their members trained to hold fortified positions against impossible odds. They developed techniques for using their breath weapons to create temporary fortifications and practiced coordination drills that allowed small units to generate defensive capabilities, normally requiring much larger forces. The Order of the Azure Wing represented Dragonborn attempts to overcome one of their few natural disadvantages, their inability to fly like their draconic ancestors. Through the use of magical devices, alchemical preparations, and intensive training in aerial combat techniques, these warriors achieved limited flight capabilities that made them devastatingly effective against flying enemies and in assault operations against high fortifications. As we examine the martial culture of the Dragonborn, we see both the heights of honor and the seeds of inflexibility that would contribute to their eventual downfall. Their commitment to fighting with dignity and maintaining their moral principles created warriors of legendary capability and trustworthiness. Yet the same traditions that made them noble also made them rigid, unable to adapt to opponents who fought without honor, or to conflicts where victory required the abandonment of traditional restraints. In the end, the Dragonborn way of war reflected both their greatest strengths and their most tragic limitations, a perfect embodiment of a people who sought to maintain divine standards in a world that increasingly rejected such ideals. Chapter 5. The Breath of Elements. Within every soul burns the spark of creation, yet in the Dragonborn, this spark manifests as literal flame, frost, lightning, or acid, the very forces that shaped the cosmos from primordial chaos. Their breath weapons were not mere biological functions, but direct channels to the elemental powers that flow beneath all reality, making each Dragonborn a living conduit between the material world and the fundamental forces of existence. To witness a Dragonborn unleash their elemental breath was to see creation and destruction dancing together in perfect, terrible harmony. A reminder that the line between divine gift and cosmic responsibility was often measured in heartbeats and degrees of heat. The origins of draconic breath weapons reach back to the first moments of creation, when Io, the ninefold dragon, drew the raw stuff of existence into himself and exhaled it as the fundamental elements that would give structure to reality. Fire to provide energy and transformation, ice to bring form and preservation, lightning to carry thought and change, acid to break down and renew, poison to test and purify. Each element represented not merely a type of energy, but a philosophical principle, a way of understanding and interacting with the cosmos itself. When Io breathed life into the first Dragonborn, he imbued each with a fragment of this elemental mastery, but not as a uniform gift distributed equally among all recipients. Instead, each bloodline received a particular elemental affinity that would shape not only their physical abilities, but their entire approach to existence. The fire-blessed carried within them the spark of transformation and passion. The ice-touched bore the gift of preservation and patience. The storm-born wielded the power of change and illumination, and so forth through all the myriad elemental aspects that draconic heritage could manifest. The fire-blessed Dragonborn, those whose scales gleamed like polished gold or burnished copper, possessed perhaps the most immediately recognizable of the elemental gifts. Their breath came forth as gouts of flame that could range from the gentle warmth of a hearth fire to the searing heat of molten steel, depending upon the wielder's emotional state and level of mastery. Young fire-blessed often struggled to control their exhalations, their breath weapons responding to passion and anger with dangerous intensity. Experienced fire brothers learned to modulate their flames with surgical precision, capable of lighting candles without singeing the wick, or melting through steel plate without heating the air around their target. The cultural traditions of the fire-blessed clans reflected their elemental nature in countless ways. Their architecture incorporated flame motifs and fireproof materials, with ceremonial braziers that burned continuously in sacred spaces throughout their territories. Their art celebrated themes of transformation and renewal, often depicting the phoenix-like cycles of destruction and rebirth that fire represented. Fire-blessed warriors developed combat techniques that used their breath weapons not merely as offensive tools, but as psychological weapons, the sight and sound of their flames often causing enemies to flee before battle was truly joined. The philosophical outlook of fire-blessed Dragonborn emphasized change, growth, and the transformative power of passionate commitment to worthy causes. They were often the most emotionally expressive of the Dragonborn bloodlines, quick to anger, but equally quick to forgive, seeing conflict as a natural part of the growth process rather than something to be avoided. Their approach to magic incorporated fire elementalism and transmutation effects, often becoming accomplished alchemists and metalworkers whose creations were enhanced by their ability to precisely control temperature through breath alone. The ice-touched Dragonborn, bearing scales of silver, white, or pale blue, wielded the elemental power of preservation and crystalline clarity. Their breath weapons manifested as clouds of supernaturally cold air that could freeze water solid in moments and cause metal to become brittle enough to shatter at a touch. Unlike the immediately destructive flames of their fire-blessed cousins, ice breath was a more subtle weapon that often achieved its greatest effects through time and environmental manipulation rather than direct damage. Ice-touched communities developed around themes of endurance and patient accumulation of strength. Their cities incorporated extensive underground complexes carved from living ice that never melted, creating spaces that remained comfortable even in the hottest climates. Their artistic traditions emphasized perfect preservation of beauty and meaning, with ice sculptures that could maintain their form for centuries and frozen gardens where delicate flowers remained eternally preserved at the moment of perfect bloom. The cultural philosophy of the ice-touched valued contemplation, long-term planning, and the gradual accumulation of wisdom through patient observation. They became renowned as historians and archivists, their breath weapons allowing them to preserve documents and artifacts in perfect stasis for indefinite periods. Their magic focused on protection, divination, and the manipulation of time itself, with master practitioners learning to slow their personal time streams to extend their already considerable lifespans even further. The storm-born Dragonborn, whose scales crackled with barely contained electrical energy, commanded perhaps the most dynamic and unpredictable of the elemental powers. Their breath weapons took the form of lightning bolts that could arc between multiple targets or chain through conductive materials, making them devastatingly effective against armored opponents or enemies gathered in close formation. The electrical nature of their power also gave them unique advantages in disrupting magical effects in mechanical devices. Storm-born architecture featured prominent lightning rods and conductive networks that channeled electrical energy throughout their structures, creating buildings that could defend themselves against attack or power complex mechanical systems. Their cities were often built on high peaks or other locations where natural lightning was common, allowing them to draw power from thunderstorms to supplement their own abilities. The sight of a storm-born city during a tempest, with lightning dancing between spires and playing across domed roofs in controlled patterns, was considered one of the most beautiful and terrifying spectacles in the known world. The cultural identity of the Stormborn emphasized innovation, rapid change, and the power of sudden inspiration to transform understanding. They became the great inventors and explorers of Dragonborn society, their restless energy driving them to constantly seek new horizons and novel solutions to ancient problems. Their magic incorporated divination and teleportation effects, and many Stormborn developed the ability to travel through electrical networks or even ride lightning bolts across vast distances. The acid-blessed Dragonborn, bearing scales of green or black that seemed to shimmer with an oily iridescence, wielded perhaps the most feared and misunderstood of the elemental powers. Their breath weapons produced clouds of corrosive vapor that could dissolve organic matter, metal, and even certain magical effects with equal ease. This power made them incredibly effective in siege warfare and against heavily armored opponents, but it also created a cultural stigma that they struggled against throughout their history. Acid-blessed communities developed sophisticated alchemical traditions and became master crafters who could dissolve and reshape materials that other bloodlines found impossible to work with. Their architectural marvels included structures carved directly from living rock through controlled application of their breath weapons and gardens, where specially adapted plants thrived in the acidic environment their presence naturally created. The philosophy of the acid-blessed emphasized the necessity of breaking down old forms to make way for new growth, viewing destruction as an essential part of the creative process. They became renowned as healers and physicians, their intimate understanding of dissolution and renewal, allowing them to cure diseases and injuries that confounded other healers. Their magical practices focused on transmutation and the manipulation of fundamental forces, with master practitioners learning to selectively dissolve specific elements or compounds while leaving others untouched. The development of elemental mastery followed predictable patterns across all bloodlines, beginning with the spontaneous and often uncontrolled manifestations of childhood and progressing through increasingly sophisticated applications as the individual matured and trained. Young Dragonborn typically experienced their first breath weapon activation during moments of strong emotion, often fear or anger, with the elemental force emerging as an instinctive defensive response rather than a conscious choice. The training regimens developed to help young Dragonborn master their elemental gifts varied significantly between bloodlines, but shared common elements of meditation, physical conditioning, and graduated exposure to increasingly challenging situations. Fire-blessed children learned control by practicing with candles and gradually working up to larger flames, while ice-touched youngsters began with small bowls of water that they learned to freeze and thaw at will. Advanced practitioners of elemental breath developed capabilities that transcended simple offensive applications. Master Fire-blessed could create flames that burned without consuming fuel, providing permanent sources of light and heat for their communities. Expert Ice-touched learned to create barriers of super-cooled air that could deflect physical attacks or redirect enemy breath weapons. Stormborn masters could generate electromagnetic fields that interfered with divination magic or protected against teleportation attempts. The most accomplished elemental practitioners achieved a state known as elemental resonance, where their personal energy became so attuned to their chosen element that they could manipulate it even when it wasn't produced by their own breath. Fire-blessed masters could control existing flames, ice-touched experts could shape natural ice formations, and storm-born adepts could redirect lightning strikes or draw power from thunderstorms. The interaction between different elemental types created complex social and tactical dynamics within Dragonborn society. Certain combinations proved naturally complementary. Fire-blessed and ice-touched working together could create precisely controlled temperature environments, ideal for certain crafting processes, while Stormborn and Acid-blessed could combine their powers to create devastating attacks that both destroyed and disrupted enemy formations. Other combinations proved more challenging to coordinate. The natural opposition between fire and ice elements sometimes created tension between those bloodlines, though mature practitioners learned to view this opposition as a source of balance rather than conflict. The unpredictable nature of lightning made it difficult for Stormborn to coordinate with other elements without careful planning and precise timing. The philosophical implications of elemental mastery extended far beyond mere combat applications. Each element represented a different approach to understanding reality and solving problems. Fire-blessed favored direct action and passionate commitment, while Ice-touched preferred patient analysis and careful preparation. Stormborn sought innovative solutions and embraced calculated risks, while Acid-blessed looked for fundamental weaknesses that could be exploited to achieve maximum effect with minimum effort. These elemental philosophies influenced every aspect of Dragonborn culture, from their approaches to governance and law to their artistic expressions and religious practices. The great councils of Arcosia deliberately included representatives from all major bloodlines, specifically to ensure that important decisions benefited from the different perspectives that elemental affinity encouraged. The tragic irony of Dragonborn elemental mastery was that their greatest strength also represented their most significant vulnerability. Their deep connection to elemental forces made them incredibly powerful within their chosen domains, but also created rigid thinking patterns that sometimes prevented them from adapting to unfamiliar challenges. When faced with opponents who understood their elemental natures and could exploit the predictable patterns of elemental combat, even master practitioners could find themselves at severe disadvantages. As we contemplate the elemental gifts that defined Dragonborn existence, we see both the magnificent potential and the inherent limitations of power that flows from divine sources. Their breath weapons connected them directly to the fundamental forces of creation, granting them abilities that few mortals could match, while also binding them to cosmic principles that sometimes proved incompatible with the compromises and adaptations that survival required. In the end, the very elements that made them mighty also contributed to the rigid thinking that would make them vulnerable to enemies who fought without such restraints or divine obligations. Chapter 6. The Great Sundering. When titans clash, the world itself bears witness to their fury, yet no conflict in all the annals of creation ever shattered reality as completely as the war between Arcosia and Bhaal Terath. This was not merely a struggle between empires, but a cosmic confrontation between fundamentally opposed visions of existence. Draconic honor against infernal ambition, divine mandate against diabolic cunning, the measured glory of ages against the desperate hunger for immediate power. The Great Sundering would leave both civilizations in ruins, their mutual destruction serving as an eternal reminder that even the mightiest empires can fall victim to the very virtues and vices that once elevated them to greatness. The origins of the conflict stretched back generations before the first battle was fought, rooted in philosophical differences that seemed irreconcilable from the moment the two empires first encountered one another. Arcosia, with its divine mandate and draconic pride, viewed itself as the natural inheritor of cosmic authority, destined to guide lesser civilizations toward enlightenment through the application of superior wisdom and power. Bhaal Terath, forged through pacts with devils and built upon the principle that strength was the only truth that mattered, saw Arcosia's claims of divine favor as elaborate self-deception, masking ordinary imperial ambition. The Tiefling Empire had risen from the ashes of human desperation, its founders making bargains with the lords of the Nine Hells when faced with threats that conventional means could not address. Where the Dragonborn claimed legitimacy through divine blessing, the Tieflings acknowledged their dark heritage openly, arguing that power obtained through honest bargaining was more authentic than authority claimed through accidental birth. This fundamental disagreement about the nature of legitimate rule made peaceful coexistence nearly impossible from the beginning. The first phase of the conflict began not with declarations of war, but with a series of border incidents that escalated with deadly predictability. Arcosian expeditions into disputed territories encountered Tiefling forces that refused to acknowledge Dragonborn authority, leading to skirmishes that both sides initially dismissed as minor misunderstandings. However, the cultural frameworks that governed each empire's response to such conflicts made compromise increasingly difficult with each confrontation. Dragonborn honor codes required proportional response to any challenge, while their divine mandate obligated them to establish proper order in all territories they encountered. When Tiefling forces refused to submit to what the Dragonborn viewed as obviously legitimate authority, escalation became inevitable. The Tieflings, for their part, interpreted Dragonborn demands for submission as proof of the arrogance and tyranny they had expected from a people who claimed divine favor as justification for dominance over others. The formal beginning of the Great Sundering is traditionally dated to the massacre at Crimson Ford, where a diplomatic mission from Arcosia was ambushed and slaughtered by Tiefling forces, who claimed the Dragonborn envoys had been attempting to establish an illegal military outpost under the guise of negotiation. The truth of what actually occurred at Crimson Ford remains disputed even now, but the Dragonborn response was swift and devastating. Emperor Vorthak III, whose golden scales had never known defeat in personal combat, declared the Tiefling action a violation of cosmic law that demanded immediate redress. The full might of the Draconic legions was mobilized with a speed that surprised even veteran military observers, and within a season, Arcosian forces had penetrated deep into Tiefling territory, their breath, weapons carving paths of destruction through enemy fortifications that had been thought impregnable. The early battles of the war seemed to confirm Dragonborn expectations of swift victory. Their superior organization, powerful breath weapons, and draconic allies gave them overwhelming advantages in conventional warfare. Tiefling armies that had dominated their neighbors for generations found themselves outmatched by foes whose very presence on the battlefield created zones of elemental destruction that no amount of courage or tactical skill could overcome. Yet the Tieflings possessed resources and strategies that the honorable Dragonborn had not anticipated. Their infernal patrons provided not only magical support, but tactical advice based on millennia of experience in cosmic conflicts. Diabolic cunning suggested approaches to warfare that Dragonborn honor codes had never contemplated, turning the very virtues that made Arcosia great into exploitable weaknesses. The Tiefling response to early defeats was to abandon conventional warfare entirely in favor of strategies that their opponents would find morally abhorrent. Instead of meeting Dragonborn armies in honorable battle, they began targeting civilian populations, supply lines, and the cultural foundations of Arcosian society itself. Temples were desecrated, libraries burned, and entire communities poisoned or corrupted through diabolic magic that left survivors fundamentally changed in body and soul. These tactics achieved their intended effect of forcing the Dragonborn to divide their forces between offensive operations and defensive measures, but they also escalated the conflict far beyond what either side had originally intended. Each atrocity demanded response, and each response provided justification for even greater atrocities in return. The war transformed from a political dispute into an existential struggle, where compromise became literally impossible because each side viewed the other's continued existence as an intolerable threat to cosmic order. The middle phase of the Great Sundering was marked by innovations in magical warfare that permanently altered the fundamental nature of conflict itself. Dragonborn artificers, driven by desperate necessity to match Tiefling cunning with superior technique, created weapons and defenses that channeled the raw power of their draconic heritage in ways never before attempted. Dragon flame catapults could melt through the strongest fortifications, while ice breath ballistae created barriers of permanent frost that could stop entire armies. The Tieflings responded by delving deeper into infernal magic, making bargains with increasingly powerful devils in exchange for weapons that could match Dragonborn elemental might. Hellfire artillery that burned with flames immune to ice breath cooling appeared on battlefields where the very air became toxic to breathe. Diabolic siege engines powered by bound demons could operate continuously without rest or resupply, grinding away at Dragonborn defenses through sheer relentless application of force. The escalation of magical warfare had consequences that extended far beyond the immediate conflict. Regions where major battles were fought became permanently scarred, their very essence altered by the competing energies unleashed during combat. Areas devastated by dragon fire never fully recovered their natural fertility, while zones subjected to infernal corruption developed twisted ecosystems where normal life could not survive. The involvement of extraplanar forces marked the beginning of the war's final and most destructive phase. Arcosia's ancient alliances with metallic dragons drew those mighty beings into direct combat against increasingly powerful devils summoned by Tiefling desperation. The sight of ancient gold dragons, locked in aerial combat with pit fiends, became emblematic of a conflict that had transcended mere mortal concerns to become a proxy war between fundamentally opposed cosmic forces. The Battle of Shattered Skies, fought simultaneously across multiple planes of existence, represented the climax of this extraplanar escalation. For 3 days and nights, the barriers between dimensions weakened as dragons and devils poured their full might into a confrontation that threatened to tear apart the fabric of reality itself. When the battle finally ended, both sides had suffered losses so catastrophic that continued warfare became impossible, but the damage to the fundamental structure of existence proved irreversible. The immediate aftermath of Shattered Skies saw both empires struggling with consequences that their leaders had never imagined possible. Arcosia's surviving population found their traditional sources of divine blessing disrupted, their connection to draconic heritage weakened by the cosmic trauma their war had inflicted. Many Dragonborn discovered that their breath weapons had been permanently altered or diminished, while others experienced unpredictable surges of elemental power that they could no longer control. Bhaal suffered even more severely, as the infernal contracts that had sustained their empire began to collapse under the weight of obligations that could no longer be fulfilled. Devils who had provided military support demanded immediate payment in souls and territory that the devastated Tiefling Empire could no longer provide. Civil wars erupted as different factions attempted to renegotiate their diabolic bargains or sought to overthrow the entire system of infernal governance. The final phase of the Great Sundering was not a dramatic climax, but a slow collapse, as both civilizations discovered that they lacked the resources to continue fighting or the stability to negotiate meaningful peace. Armies dissolved as soldiers returned to defend their ravaged homelands, while government structures collapsed under the weight of obligations they could no longer meet. The great cities that had once symbolized the pinnacle of mortal achievement became ghost towns haunted by the memories of former glory. The last recorded battle of the war was the Siege of Byzanthal, where a combined force of Dragonborn and Tiefling refugees attempted to defend the ancient city against extraplanar entities that neither empire could any longer control. The alliance that formed during this desperate defense represented everything the war should have been: noble cooperation between different peoples facing common threats. But it came too late to save either civilization from the consequences of their mutual destruction. When historians attempt to assign blame for the Great Sundering, they inevitably discover that both sides contributed essential elements to the catastrophe. Dragonborn pride and inflexibility made compromise impossible, while Tiefling ruthlessness and infernal alliances escalated every conflict beyond reasonable bounds. Neither empire possessed the wisdom to recognize when their pursuit of victory had become more destructive than any conceivable defeat. The environmental and magical consequences of the Great Sundering extended far beyond the immediate combatants, affecting the entire world in ways that persist even today. The Dragonborn wastes, where the final battles were fought, remain largely uninhabitable due to chaotic interactions between competing magical energies. The Tiefling reaches have become a maze of diabolic corruption, where reality itself follows infernal rather than natural laws. Perhaps most tragically, the Great Sundering demonstrated that even civilizations built upon the highest ideals and strongest foundations could be brought to ruin through the simple inability to recognize when their core virtues had become destructive obsessions. The Dragonborn commitment to honor and cosmic order, admirable in itself, became rigidity that prevented necessary adaptation. The Tiefling willingness to embrace harsh realities and make difficult bargains, equally admirable in its way, became a descent into amorality that justified any means in pursuit of survival. As we reflect upon the Great Sundering, we see reflected the eternal tension between idealism and pragmatism, between the desire to maintain pure principles and the need to adapt to changing circumstances. Both Arcosia and Bhaal fell because they could not find ways to honor their core values while remaining flexible enough to coexist with others who did not share their fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence. The ruins of both empires serve as monuments to the terrible price of absolute conviction and the devastating consequences of viewing every disagreement as an existential threat. In the end, the Great Sundering teaches us that the greatest civilizations are destroyed, not by their enemies, but by the inability to distinguish between strength and stubbornness, between principle and prejudice, between defending what is precious and destroying what is different. Chapter 7. Scattered Clans. When a great tree falls, its seeds are carried on the wind to distant shores, taking root in alien soil, where they must learn to grow without the shelter of their parents' mighty branches. So it was with the children of Arcosia, who found themselves cast to the far corners of the world, when their golden empire crumbled into dust and memory. The diaspora of the Dragonborn was not merely a geographical dispersal, but a fundamental transformation of identity, from citizens of the greatest empire the world had known to refugees, clinging to fragments of a culture that many believed had died with their homeland. Yet in their scattering, they would discover that the essence of what made them dragonborn could not be destroyed by the loss of territory or the passage of centuries. The immediate aftermath of Arcosia's collapse saw chaos that defied comprehension. Cities that had stood for millennia emptied in a matter of seasons as their populations fled, the magical devastation that made vast regions uninhabitable. The great roads that had connected the Empire's far-flung territories became rivers of refugees, dragonborn families, carrying what possessions they could manage while seeking somewhere, anywhere that might offer safety for their children and hope for their future. The exodus was not orderly or planned. No central authority remained to coordinate evacuation efforts or designate safe havens for the fleeing population. Instead, individual clans and family groups made desperate decisions based on fragmentary information and fading memories of distant relatives or trading partners who might offer temporary shelter. Some headed toward the mountains where their ancestors had first gathered, hoping that sacred sites might provide protection against the chaotic energies that ravaged the lowlands. Others sought the coasts, believing that the sea might offer escape routes to lands untouched by the war's devastation. The gold-scaled houses, whose fire-breathing abilities had made them natural leaders during Arcosia's imperial age, found their traditional authority challenged by the harsh realities of refugee existence. Their breath weapons, so devastating in formal warfare, proved less useful for the daily struggles of survival in hostile wilderness or overcrowded foreign cities. Many gold-descaled clans, fragmented as younger members questioned the wisdom of maintaining hierarchies that had failed to prevent their civilization's destruction, while elders struggled to preserve traditions that seemed increasingly irrelevant to their desperate circumstances. The largest single migration involved the clan of the Rising Phoenix, a gold-scaled house that had controlled vast territories in Arcosia's eastern provinces, led by the matriarch Thessarian Goldcrest, whose scales bore the scars of a dozen battles during the Great Sundering. They attempted to maintain military discipline during their journey toward the distant kingdom of Timanther. The clan's decision to travel as a unified force provided security against bandits and hostile creatures, but it also made them conspicuous targets for local authorities, who viewed large groups of armed dragonborn as potential threats to public order. Their journey became a running battle against both natural obstacles and human prejudice, as settlement after settlement refused them passage or demanded tribute that depleted their dwindling resources. The Sarians' attempts to negotiate using traditional dragonborn concepts of honor and reciprocal obligation repeatedly failed when dealing with peoples who had no understanding of or respect for such cultural frameworks. The clan was forced to adapt their approach, learning to disguise their numbers, travel by night, and present themselves as traders rather than refugees to avoid unwanted attention. The silver-scaled clans, whose intellectual traditions had made them Arcosia's greatest scholars and diplomats, faced different but equally challenging adaptations. Their vast libraries and accumulated knowledge meant nothing when they could carry only what fit in traveling packs, and their sophisticated understanding of draconic law and imperial administration provided little guidance for surviving as unwelcome foreigners in lands governed by completely different principles. The clan of the Frost Mirror, led by the ancient sage Corvith Iceheart, chose to settle in the northern reaches where their ice-breathing abilities would provide practical advantages. They established a series of small communities in remote mountain valleys, using their breath weapons to create ice-carved settlements that could provide year-round shelter even in the harshest climates. These communities became repositories of Arcosian knowledge, with clan members dedicating themselves to preserving cultural memories through oral tradition, since their written records had been lost during the Exodus. The adaptation process required the silver-scaled clans to fundamentally rethink their approach to knowledge and cultural preservation. Where they had once maintained grand libraries with thousands of volumes, they now had to compress essential information into memorized forms that could be passed down through generations without requiring physical texts. This led to the development of the great recitations, epic poems that encoded legal codes, historical chronicles, and technical knowledge in forms that could be accurately transmitted through oral tradition. The bronze houses, whose lightning-breathing warriors had formed the backbone of Arcosia's military might, found themselves particularly vulnerable during the diaspora period. Their electrical abilities, while devastating in combat, provided few practical advantages for survival in the wilderness or integration into foreign societies. Many bronze-scaled clans split apart as individual families sought to blend into existing communities, where their distinctive abilities would be less noticeable. The clan of the Storm's Eye chose a different path, establishing themselves as traveling mercenaries who offered their services to various kingdoms and city-states. Led by the veteran commander Vorthak Stormwind, they maintained military discipline and continued to practice traditional Bronze House combat techniques, even while adapting to foreign tactical doctrines and equipment. This approach allowed them to preserve their martial heritage while providing practical benefits to their new neighbors, gradually earning acceptance through demonstrated competence rather than cultural negotiation. Their success as mercenaries came at a cost, however, as younger clan members began to identify more strongly with their adopted homelands than with their dragonborn heritage. The constant exposure to foreign military traditions and the practical necessity of working with non-dragonborn comrades created cultural tensions that the clan's leadership struggled to address without undermining their economic survival. The Copper clans, whose diplomatic traditions had made them natural intermediaries during Arcosia's imperial period, found their skills more readily transferable to refugee existence than those of their kinsmen. Their ability to understand and work with foreign cultures proved invaluable for negotiating settlement agreements and establishing trade relationships that could support scattered dragonborn communities. The clan of the Burnished Dawn became perhaps the most successful of the early diaspora communities, by establishing themselves as cultural bridges between dragonborn refugees and their host societies. They developed techniques for adapting traditional dragonborn customs to fit within foreign legal and social frameworks, creating hybrid cultural forms that preserved essential elements of their heritage while demonstrating respect for local traditions. Their approach involved establishing what they called cultural embassies, small dragonborn enclaves within larger foreign cities that served multiple functions simultaneously. These embassies provided temporary housing for newly arrived refugees, maintained traditional craft workshops that could produce goods for trade with the broader community, and offered cultural education services to help both dragonborn and non-dragonborn understand each other's customs and expectations. The brass houses faced perhaps the most complex challenges during the diaspora period, as their traditional focus on magical research and experimentation made them suspect in many foreign communities that associated draconic magic with the destruction that had ended the Great Sundering. Their breath weapons, which produced clouds of sleep-inducing gas, were often viewed as inherently threatening by peoples who had no experience with such abilities. Many brass-scaled families chose to conceal their true heritage entirely, claiming to be members of other races, or using magic to disguise their distinctive scale patterns. This strategy allowed them to integrate more easily into foreign magical communities, but it came at the cost of cultural continuity, as children grew up without knowledge of their true heritage and traditional clan obligations. The clan of the Golden Forge took a different approach, openly acknowledging their magical abilities, while dedicating themselves to using those abilities in service of their adopted communities. They established workshops where traditional dragonborn crafting techniques were adapted to produce items needed by their new neighbors, gradually demonstrating that their magical heritage represented an asset rather than a threat. The preservation of cultural identity across scattered communities required innovations that had never been necessary during Arcosia's imperial period. The Great Gathering tradition emerged during the first generation of the diaspora, as clan leaders recognized the need for periodic reunions that could maintain connections between far-flung communities and ensure the continued transmission of cultural knowledge. These gatherings, held annually at rotating locations, became crucial events for arranging marriages between clans, sharing information about settlement opportunities and threats, and coordinating responses to political changes that might affect Dragonborn communities. The logistics of organizing such events across vast distances with limited resources required new forms of cooperation and communication that gradually created informal networks spanning entire continents. The development of the Traveler's Cant, a simplified form of Draconic that incorporated words and phrases from multiple foreign languages, allowed Dragonborn from different regions to communicate effectively, even when their local adaptations had created significant divergences in traditional speech patterns. This linguistic evolution reflected the broader cultural adaptations that were reshaping Dragonborn identity in fundamental ways. Religious practices also underwent significant modifications as scattered clans lost access to the great temples and sacred sites that had anchored their spiritual traditions. Portable shrines and simplified ritual forms replaced elaborate ceremonies that had required specific architectural settings and large congregations. The role of individual family patriarchs and matriarchs expanded to include priestly functions that had previously been performed by specialized temple hierarchies. The most successful diaspora communities were those that managed to balance cultural preservation with practical adaptation, maintaining essential elements of Dragonborn identity while developing new traditions that reflected their changed circumstances. These communities often became centers of innovation, developing solutions to challenges that their ancestors had never faced, and creating hybrid cultural forms that enriched both Dragonborn and foreign traditions. The second generation of diaspora Dragonborn faced different challenges than their parents. Growing up in foreign societies without direct memories of imperial glory, but with inherited obligations to preserve cultural traditions they had never experienced firsthand. Many struggled with questions of identity and belonging that had no clear answers, torn between loyalty to ancestral traditions and practical integration into the only homes they had ever known. Some chose to embrace their adopted cultures completely, viewing Dragonborn heritage as an interesting aspect of family history rather than a living tradition that demanded active preservation. Others became zealous guardians of cultural purity, rejecting any adaptation or innovation that seemed to dilute traditional practices. The most successful found ways to honor their heritage while building bridges between Dragonborn and foreign communities, creating new traditions that enriched both cultures without diminishing either. The emergence of the Wanderer's Code during this period reflected the need for ethical guidelines that could address the unique challenges faced by Dragonborn, living as minorities within foreign societies. This code emphasized personal honor, cultural respect, and the obligation to assist other Dragonborn, while avoiding actions that might reflect poorly on the race as a whole. The Wanderer's Code became a unifying force that helped maintain connections between dispersed communities and provided guidance for individual Dragonborn, navigating complex cultural boundaries. As we examine the diaspora period of Dragonborn history, we see both the resilience of cultural identity and the inevitable changes that occur when peoples are forced to adapt to radically altered circumstances. The scattered clans demonstrated that the essence of what made them Dragonborn could survive the loss of empire and homeland, but this survival required continuous conscious effort and willingness to evolve traditions while preserving their fundamental meaning. In learning to thrive as minorities within foreign societies, the Dragonborn discovered strengths and capabilities that their imperial ancestors had never needed to develop, ultimately emerging from their greatest tragedy with a deeper understanding of their own identity and potential. Chapter 8. The Search for Io. In the depths of exile and loss, the soul turns toward the divine with a desperate hunger that comfort cannot satisfy, seeking not merely solace, but understanding of why the universe permits such suffering to exist. For the scattered children of Arcosia, their spiritual crisis ran deeper than the loss of homeland or empire. It touched the very foundation of their existence, as a people created by divine will for cosmic purpose. The search for Io, their creator deity, who had seemingly abandoned them in their hour of greatest need, became both a literal quest across planes of existence and a metaphysical journey toward understanding the true nature of divine love, cosmic justice, and the burden of being chosen for purposes that mortals could barely comprehend. The theological crisis that followed Arcosia's destruction challenged every aspect of traditional Dragonborn religious understanding. For over a millennium, their priesthood had taught that Io's divine blessing was evident in their imperial success, their superior abilities, and their manifest destiny to guide lesser races toward enlightenment. The catastrophic failure of their civilization forced a fundamental reconsideration of these beliefs, as scholars and theologians struggled to reconcile their understanding of divine favor with the harsh reality of complete civilizational collapse. The immediate religious response took three distinct forms, each reflecting different aspects of Dragonborn theological tradition. The Orthodox maintained that Io's blessing remained unchanged, and that their current suffering represented a temporary test of faith that would ultimately lead to even greater glory. The Reformers argued that the disaster proved the need for new interpretations of ancient teachings, suggesting that traditional understandings of divine will had been corrupted by imperial pride. The Seekers rejected both positions, insisting that only direct contact with Io himself could provide answers to the questions that tormented their people. It was among the Seekers that the literal search for Io began, as individual pilgrims and organized expeditions set out to find their creator deity through mystical journeys across the planes of existence. These quests drew upon ancient Dragonborn traditions of spiritual pilgrimage, but they were transformed by the desperate intensity of a people seeking not merely enlightenment, but existential validation of their continued worth as a chosen race. The first great pilgrimage was led by Vorthak the Truth Seeker, a former imperial high priest whose gold scales had turned white during the final battles of the Great Sundering. Vorthak's transformation, which Dragonborn mystics interpreted as a sign of spiritual purification through suffering, marked him as uniquely qualified to undertake the dangerous journey into the divine realms. His expedition included representatives from every major bloodline, creating a diverse group whose combined spiritual and magical abilities might be sufficient to survive the trials that awaited them in the outer planes. The pilgrims' first destination was the astral plane, that realm of pure thought and spiritual energy, where the boundaries between mortal and divine consciousness became permeable. Traditional Dragonborn theology taught that Io's original act of creation had left permanent impressions within the astral medium, cosmic echoes of the divine breath that had given birth to their race. By following these spiritual resonances, the pilgrims hoped to trace them back to their source and discover what had become of their creator. The astral journey proved more perilous than even the most experienced planar travelers had anticipated. The psychic storms that raged through regions scarred by the Great Sundering created zones of chaotic energy that could strip away memories, identities, and souls with equal ease. Several pilgrims were lost to these astral maelstroms, their consciousness scattered across dimensions in ways that made recovery impossible even for the most powerful magic. Those who survived the astral crossing discovered traces of divine presence that confirmed their theological expectations, while revealing disturbing new information about the nature of their creator. The spiritual echoes they detected spoke not of a single unified deity, but of a cosmic force that had been shattered into fragments by some unimaginable catastrophe. The implications of this discovery would reshape Dragonborn theology for generations to come. The revelation that Io had been destroyed, or more precisely, divided into aspects that now existed as separate divine entities, provided both explanation and deeper mystery regarding their people's recent suffering. If their creator deity no longer existed as a unified consciousness, then the theological assumptions underlying their entire civilization had been built upon foundations that were already crumbling long before Arcosia's political collapse. Vorthak's expedition eventually made contact with Bahamut and Tiamat, the Platinum Dragon and the Chromatic Queen, whose eternal conflict represented the divided aspects of their shattered creator. These encounters revealed that Io's destruction had been the result of a cosmic battle fought on scales that dwarfed even the Great Sundering. a conflict between fundamental forces of creation and destruction that had torn apart reality itself in ways that still reverberated across all planes of existence. The theological implications of these discoveries triggered heated debates within Dragonborn religious communities throughout the diaspora. Traditional Orthodox positions became untenable when faced with evidence that their creator deity had been effectively dead for eons, while reformer attempts to reinterpret ancient teachings struggled to accommodate the reality of divine division and cosmic trauma that predated their people's existence by unimaginable spans of time. The Seekers, vindicated in their insistence that direct investigation was necessary, began developing new spiritual practices based on their findings. The cult of the Divided Crown emerged as the most influential of these new movements, teaching that Dragonborn spirituality should focus on healing the cosmic wound represented by Io's division, rather than seeking favor from a deity who could no longer provide unified guidance. This theological revolution transformed Dragonborn religious practice in fundamental ways. Traditional prayers that had petitioned Io for blessing were replaced by meditative techniques designed to commune directly with the fractured aspects of divine consciousness that remained accessible to mortal contact. Ritual practices evolved to incorporate elements honoring both Bahamut's commitment to justice and Tiamat's embrace of natural order, seeking to bridge the gap between these opposed divine perspectives. The search for Io also took on more literal dimensions as expeditions sought physical artifacts or locations that might contain fragments of their creator's essence. The platinum tablets that had recorded the original compact were recovered from the ruins of Arcosia's greatest temple, their divine script still intact despite the magical devastation that had destroyed everything around them. Study of these artifacts revealed hidden layers of meaning that had been invisible to pre-disaster scholarship, providing new insights into the true nature of Dragonborn creation and purpose. Archaeological expeditions to sites associated with the earliest Dragonborn settlements uncovered evidence of contact with entities that predated known history, suggesting that their people's relationship with divine forces was far more complex than traditional teachings had acknowledged. Cave paintings discovered in remote mountain sanctuaries depicted ceremonies involving dragons, Dragonborn, and beings that matched no known cosmological categories, hinting at spiritual traditions that had been lost or deliberately suppressed during Arcosia's imperial period. The most significant discovery came from the expedition led by Thessarian Moonscale, a silver-scaled mystic, whose research into ancient languages had revealed patterns in pre-imperial religious texts that others had overlooked. Her team's exploration of the Feywild's deepest reaches led them to a grove where time itself seemed frozen, preserving a moment from the earliest days of creation, when Io's breath had first taken physical form. Within this temporal sanctuary, the expedition encountered what they came to call the echo of first breath, a spiritual phenomenon that allowed direct experience of their creator's original intention in breathing life into their race. The revelations that emerged from these encounters fundamentally altered Dragonborn understanding of their purpose and destiny, revealing that their creation had been intended not as an end in itself, but as preparation for a cosmic role that their people had yet to fulfill. The echo revealed that Io's division had been a deliberate sacrifice rather than a defeat, a conscious choice to fragment his own divine essence in order to create the foundation for a new form of cosmic order that could transcend the limitations of single deity governance. The Dragonborn, as beings created from the last unified breath of their creator, carried within their spiritual essence the potential to serve as bridges between the divided aspects of divine consciousness, eventually facilitating a reunion that would restore cosmic balance on an unprecedented scale. This revelation transformed the theological crisis from a question of abandonment to one of readiness and preparation. If their people's ultimate purpose was to heal the divine wound that had shaped their existence from the beginning, then their current suffering and dispersal might represent necessary preparation for cosmic responsibilities that required wisdom and spiritual development that could only be achieved through trial and loss. The practical implications of these discoveries led to the development of new spiritual disciplines designed to prepare Dragonborn for their eventual cosmic role. The Order of the Healing Breath emerged as a monastic tradition dedicated to developing the specific abilities that would be needed to bridge divine consciousness, while the Circle of the Eternal Vigil focused on preserving and protecting cosmic balance until the time for reunion became appropriate. These new religious movements provided purpose and meaning for diaspora communities that had struggled with questions of identity and worth since their empire's collapse. The revelation that their suffering had cosmic significance transformed exile from defeat into preparation, giving scattered clans a shared mission that transcended political boundaries and cultural differences. The search for Io also revealed the existence of other dragonborn communities that had developed independently from Arcosia, isolated groups whose spiritual traditions had evolved along different paths, but towards similar ultimate goals. Contact with these communities provided both validation of the cosmic purpose, revealed through the echo, and practical guidance for spiritual development that had been refined through different cultural approaches. The Dragonborn of the Moonless Peaks, who had maintained continuous contact with draconic spirits throughout their history, shared techniques for communing with divine consciousness that complemented the astral pilgrimage methods developed by the Arcosian survivors. The island clans, whose traditions emphasized harmony between opposing forces, contributed understanding of how divine division could be embraced as strength rather than lamented as loss. As these various spiritual traditions merged and evolved, a new form of dragonborn theology emerged that was both more complex and more practical than their imperial predecessors had developed. The Unified Path, as it came to be known, integrated mystical questing with daily spiritual practice, cosmic awareness with personal development, and preparation for eventual divine reunion with immediate service to community and cosmic balance. The ongoing search for Io thus became not merely a religious quest, but a fundamental aspect of dragonborn identity that provided meaning and purpose for individuals and communities struggling to define themselves in a post-imperial world. Whether pursued through literal journeys across planes of existence or metaphorical explorations of spiritual possibility, the search connected scattered dragonborn to their deepest purposes and highest aspirations, while acknowledging the tragic reality of divine loss that had shaped their existence from its very beginning. In understanding the dragonborn's search for their creator, we see reflected humanity's eternal quest for meaning in the face of suffering and purpose in the midst of apparent abandonment. Their theological journey from certainty through crisis to renewed purpose demonstrates both the resilience of faith and the necessity of allowing sacred traditions to evolve when confronted with realities that challenge fundamental assumptions about divine will and cosmic justice. Chapter 9. Modern Struggles. The present age demands virtues that ancient glory never taught, requiring strength without empire, dignity without dominance, and purpose without the validation of cosmic destiny made manifest in worldly success. For the contemporary dragonborn, each day brings the challenge of honoring a heritage forged in divine fire, while navigating societies that view their draconic gifts as curiosities at best and threats at worst. They must learn to be bridges between worlds that often seem determined to remain separate, carrying the weight of imperial memory while building futures in lands that owe them nothing, and expect everything in return for the privilege of belonging. The third and fourth generations of diaspora dragonborn have inherited burdens that their great-grandparents could never have imagined. Born into societies where their race exists as a small minority with little political influence, they must constantly balance the preservation of ancient traditions with the practical necessities of survival and advancement in cultures that were not designed to accommodate their unique needs and perspectives. The very traits that once marked them as natural rulers, their draconic pride, their adherence to honor codes, their assumption of cosmic significance, now often serve as barriers to acceptance and integration. In the great human cities where many dragonborn have established communities, they face the daily reality of being simultaneously exotic and ordinary, foreign and familiar. Their distinctive appearance ensures that they can never blend entirely into the crowd, yet their generations of residence and cultural adaptation have made them undeniably part of the social fabric. This visible difference creates constant tension, as each Dragonborn serves as an unwilling representative of their entire race, their individual successes and failures inevitably interpreted as evidence of collective character. The economic challenges facing modern Dragonborn communities reflect the broader difficulties of maintaining cultural identity while competing in societies organized around different values and expectations. Traditional Dragonborn approaches to commerce and craftsmanship, which emphasized quality, durability, and artistic excellence over rapid production and immediate profit, often prove incompatible with market economies that prioritize efficiency and cost reduction above all other considerations. Many Dragonborn artisans have been forced to choose between maintaining traditional standards that price their goods out of most markets, or adapting their techniques to meet demand for cheaper products that compromise the quality principles they were raised to honor. This economic pressure has created generational conflicts within families and clans, as younger Dragonborn argue for practical adaptation, while elders insist that certain traditions must be preserved regardless of financial cost. The clan of the Golden Anvil exemplifies these struggles, as their traditional metalworking techniques produce weapons and tools of exceptional quality, but require time and materials that make their products prohibitively expensive for most customers. The clan's master smiths have watched their customer base dwindle to a few wealthy collectors and specialty markets, while mass-produced alternatives flood the general market with goods that function adequately at a fraction of the price. Attempts to industrialize their production methods have met with fierce resistance from traditionalists, who argue that the spiritual aspects of their crafting traditions cannot be separated from the physical techniques. The clan's young adults, faced with the choice between honoring ancestral methods and earning a viable living, increasingly choose to apprentice with non-Dragonborn masters who can teach them marketable skills, even if this means abandoning their heritage crafts entirely. Similar challenges face Dragonborn in every profession and social stratum. Academic scholars trained in the comprehensive educational traditions of Arcosia often find their broad knowledge and philosophical approach valued less highly than specialized expertise in narrow fields. Their tendency to view problems from multiple perspectives and seek long-term solutions conflicts with institutional preferences for quick decisions and immediate results. Dragonborn military veterans, whose honor-based approach to warfare emphasizes protection of non-combatants and proportional response to threats, sometimes struggle to adapt to military cultures that prioritize tactical effectiveness over ethical constraints. Their breath weapons, while militarily valuable, also create logistical challenges and political complications that human-dominated forces are often unwilling to accommodate. The legal and political obstacles facing Dragonborn communities vary significantly across different regions and jurisdictions, but certain patterns appear consistently throughout the diaspora. Laws originally written to govern human populations often fail to account for Dragonborn physiology and cultural practices, creating legal vulnerabilities that can be exploited by those seeking to exclude or marginalize their communities. Property laws that assume human-scale construction and standard architectural approaches may not recognize the validity of traditional Dragonborn building techniques that incorporate breath weapons in their construction process. Zoning regulations designed to prevent fire hazards often classify fire-breathing Dragonborn as inherent dangers to public safety, regardless of their actual training or control over their abilities. Criminal justice systems that rely on imprisonment as primary punishment create particular hardships for Dragonborn defendants, whose breath weapons may be considered dangerous even in controlled environments, leading to harsher sentences or more restrictive confinement conditions than would be imposed on non-Dragonborn for similar offenses. The social stigma associated with having dangerous natural abilities can influence jury selection and judicial decisions in ways that systematically disadvantage Dragonborn defendants. Educational institutions present both opportunities and challenges for young Dragonborn seeking to advance in their adopted societies. While their natural intelligence and broad cultural knowledge often make them excellent students, they may struggle with curricula that ignore or dismiss the historical achievements of their people. textbooks that present Arcosia as a cautionary tale of imperial overreach, rather than a legitimate civilization with valuable contributions to world culture, can undermine young Dragonborn's sense of self-worth and cultural pride. Social integration issues extend beyond formal institutional challenges to encompass the daily interpersonal dynamics that shape community life. Many non-Dragonborn harbor unconscious biases based on limited exposure to draconic culture, viewing Dragonborn as inherently prideful, aggressive, or potentially dangerous. These stereotypes, even when not maliciously intended, create social barriers that make it difficult for Dragonborn to form genuine friendships and romantic relationships outside their own communities. The visible nature of breath weapons means that every Dragonborn must eventually confront questions about their abilities and heritage from curious or concerned neighbors. Learning to explain their powers in ways that reassure rather than alarm requires social skills that many find challenging to develop, particularly when dealing with people whose understanding of magic and supernatural abilities is limited or fearful. Dating and marriage present particular complications for Dragonborn seeking partners outside their own race. The genetic compatibility issues that affect mixed relationships, combined with cultural differences about family obligations and child-rearing practices, create obstacles that require careful navigation. Non-Dragonborn partners may struggle to understand the clan obligations and ancestral honor codes that influence major life decisions, while Dragonborn individuals may find it difficult to balance personal happiness with family and community expectations. The preservation of cultural traditions faces constant pressure from both external indifference and internal evolution. Languages, customs, and religious practices that developed within the context of Imperial Dragonborn society often seem anachronistic or impractical when transplanted to modern multicultural environments. Younger generations increasingly question whether maintaining these traditions is worth the social and economic costs they impose. Religious practices present particular challenges, as traditional Dragonborn ceremonies often require space, materials, and community participation that are difficult to obtain in diaspora settings. The complex theological questions raised by their search for Io and the revelation of divine division create intellectual demands that many community members find overwhelming, leading some to abandon religious practice entirely, while others embrace simplified forms that traditionalists view as inadequate. Language preservation efforts struggle against the practical reality that fluency in local languages provides far greater social and economic benefits than maintaining competence in draconic or traditional clan dialects. While community leaders work to establish schools and cultural programs that teach ancestral languages, they compete with educational institutions and employment opportunities that reward assimilation over cultural maintenance. The emergence of Dragonborn civil rights organizations represents one of the most significant developments in modern diaspora communities. These groups work to address legal discrimination, promote cultural understanding, and provide support networks for individuals facing integration challenges. However, their effectiveness is often limited by the relatively small size of Dragonborn populations and the geographic dispersal that makes coordinated political action difficult. The Draconic Heritage Foundation, established in the merchant city of Waterdeep, has become the most influential of these organizations through its combination of legal advocacy, cultural preservation, and community development programs. The foundation provides scholarships for Dragonborn students, offers legal assistance to families facing discrimination, and sponsors cultural events that showcase positive aspects of Dragonborn heritage to broader public audiences. However, the Foundation also faces criticism from within Dragonborn communities for its emphasis on integration and accommodation, rather than cultural preservation and political resistance. Some traditionalists argue that the organization's focus on gaining acceptance from non-Dragonborn society inevitably leads to the dilution of essential cultural values and the abandonment of ancestral obligations. Generational conflicts within Dragonborn communities reflect broader tensions between adaptation and tradition that affect all diaspora populations. First-generation refugees often maintain rigid adherence to ancestral customs as a form of resistance to cultural erasure, while their grandchildren may view these same customs as obstacles to personal advancement and social acceptance. These conflicts are particularly intense around questions of marriage, career choice, and religious practice. Arranged marriages that strengthen clan alliances may be seen as oppressive by young adults who have absorbed concepts of romantic love and individual choice from their surrounding culture. Traditional expectations that children will follow family professions or remain within community boundaries conflict with educational opportunities and career paths that require geographic mobility and cultural flexibility. The development of hybrid cultural forms represents one promising approach to resolving these tensions. Some communities have successfully created new traditions that honor ancestral principles while adapting to contemporary realities. These innovations include modified ceremonies that can be performed in urban settings, updated honor codes that address modern ethical challenges, and educational approaches that teach both traditional knowledge and practical skills needed for success in broader society. As we examine the contemporary struggles of the Dragonborn, we see reflected the universal challenges faced by all peoples seeking to maintain cultural identity while adapting to radically changed circumstances. Their experience demonstrates both the resilience of cultural traditions and the inevitable evolution that occurs when ancient practices encounter modern realities. In learning to thrive as minorities within diverse societies, the Dragonborn continue the process of transformation that began with their empire's fall, discovering new forms of strength and purpose that their imperial ancestors could never have imagined, while honoring the essential values that make them eternally recognizable as children of dragons. Chapter 10. The Call of Ancient Blood. Deep within every civilized heart lurks the echo of primordial wildness, the ancestral memory of power unrestrained by law or conscience. Yet for the Dragonborn, this echo carries the literal roar of dragons, whose dominion once shaped the very foundations of reality. The draconic heritage that flows through their veins is not merely genetic inheritance, but a living connection to forces of creation and destruction that predate mortal concepts of good and evil, order and chaos. Each Dragonborn must confront the fundamental question of their existence, whether to embrace the civilized virtues their culture has developed or surrender to the magnificent, terrible impulses that whisper of ancient sovereignty and the right to rule through superior strength alone. The manifestation of draconic heritage varies dramatically between individuals, influenced by bloodline, personal temperament, and the circumstances that shape their development. Some Dragonborn experience their ancestral connection as a gentle warmth that enhances their natural abilities without overwhelming their personality, while others struggle against impulses so powerful they threaten to transform civilized beings into something far more primal and dangerous. Understanding these variations requires recognition that draconic inheritance encompasses not merely physical traits, but entire ways of perceiving and interacting with the world. The psychological aspects of draconic heritage often emerge most clearly during moments of intense stress or emotional upheaval. Young Dragonborn, experiencing their first taste of real danger, may find themselves responding with instinctive aggression that surprises everyone, including themselves. The breath weapon that emerges in such moments carries with it not only elemental force, but emotional resonance that connects the individual to the deepest levels of their ancestral memory, temporarily transforming a civilized person into something approaching a dragon in miniature. Kareth Flameheart's transformation during the Siege of Millbrook exemplifies this phenomenon in its most dramatic form. A scholarly Dragonborn, who had spent his entire adult life as a peaceful librarian, Kareth witnessed the massacre of refugee families by bandits who had assumed the helpless civilians would provide easy targets for robbery and violence. The sight of children being murdered while their parents begged for mercy triggered something in Kareth's draconic heritage that civilization had never taught him to expect or control. Witnesses described his transformation as terrifying and magnificent in equal measure. His normally copper-colored scales shifted to brilliant gold, his eyes blazed with literal fire, and his breath weapon intensified beyond anything he had previously demonstrated. More significantly, his entire demeanor changed from the gentle scholarly manner that had defined his personality to something that radiated the absolute authority and casual cruelty of an ancient worm faced with creatures it considered beneath contempt. The bandits who had been confidently torturing civilians moments before found themselves facing a being who regarded their existence as an insult to cosmic order. Kareth's retaliation was swift, thorough, and utterly without mercy. He killed the bandits not merely to stop their crimes, but to erase their presence from existence, reducing their bodies to ash and their equipment to molten slag, with a methodical precision that spoke of intelligence rather than rage guiding his actions. The aftermath of this incident proved as troubling as the transformation itself. When the immediate threat had been eliminated, Kareth did not immediately return to his normal personality, but remained in his enhanced state for several hours, during which time he displayed the territorial possessiveness and casual dominance typical of true dragons. He claimed authority over the refugee camp, issued commands that he expected to be obeyed without question, and showed little concern for the democratic consensus building that normally governed such communities. His eventual return to normal consciousness was accompanied by genuine horror at his own actions and a period of deep psychological trauma as he struggled to integrate the memory of what he had become with his understanding of who he was supposed to be. The refugees he had saved were grateful for his intervention, but also clearly frightened by the demonstration of what lay dormant within someone they had known as a gentle intellectual. Kareth's experience illustrates the fundamental challenge that confronts every dragonborn, the recognition that their heritage includes capacities for both nobility and tyranny that far exceed those available to most mortal races. The same bloodline that enables acts of heroic self-sacrifice also carries the potential for despotic domination, and the individual dragonborn must constantly choose which aspect of their nature to nurture and which to suppress. The phenomenon known as dragon dreams represents another manifestation of ancestral connection that many dragonborn experience, but few discuss openly. These nocturnal visions provide direct access to the memories and perspectives of ancient dragons, offering insights into events that occurred millennia before the dreamer's birth, but also exposing the mind to thought patterns and emotional responses that can be profoundly alien to mortal consciousness. The Cyrian Moonscale documented her experiences with dragon dreams extensively during her research into dragonborn spiritual traditions, providing valuable insights into both the content and psychological impact of these visions. Her dream journals reveal encounters with ancient gold dragons whose perspectives on mortal affairs were so detached from ordinary empathy as to be nearly incomprehensible to someone raised within humanoid cultural frameworks. In one particularly vivid dream, the Cyrian experienced the memories of an ancient worm during a human war that had raged across territories the dragon considered its personal domain. The dragon's response to the conflict was not to choose sides based on moral considerations, but to eliminate both armies because their presence had disturbed the precise ecological balance. The dragon preferred to maintain within its territory. From the dragon's perspective, this was not cruelty, but simply practical resource management applied to populations that existed at its sufferance. The psychological impact of accessing such memories proved profoundly disturbing to someone raised to value individual life and democratic decision-making. The Cyrian found herself struggling with thoughts and impulses that reflected the dragon's casual assumption of absolute authority over lesser beings, creating internal conflicts that required years of meditation and spiritual counseling to resolve. More troubling still were the dreams that revealed the pleasure ancient dragons took in their dominance over other creatures. The emotional satisfaction of being feared, obeyed, and worshipped was so intense that it created a form of psychological addiction that could corrupt even well-intentioned dragonborn if they allowed themselves to experience it too frequently or completely. These revelations led to the development of dream discipline practices, designed to help Dragonborn access the wisdom contained in their ancestral memories, while protecting themselves from the more dangerous aspects of draconic psychology. The techniques require careful mental preparation and the presence of trained guides who can intervene if the dreamer becomes too deeply immersed in draconic thought patterns to return safely to their own personality. The physical manifestations of enhanced draconic heritage can be even more dramatic than the psychological changes, as individuals undergoing periods of intense emotional or spiritual development sometimes experience actual transformation of their mortal forms toward more draconic characteristics. These changes typically begin with alterations in scale patterns, eye coloration, and the intensity of breath weapons, but they can progress to include structural modifications that fundamentally alter the individual's relationship with their physical environment. Vorthak Stormwind's transformation during his quest for spiritual enlightenment in the plane of air illustrates the most extreme documented case of voluntary draconic enhancement, originally seeking to strengthen his connection to the stormborn heritage of his bloodline. Vorthak spent months in meditation within environments of pure elemental energy that gradually attuned his physical form to forces that mortal bodies were never designed to channel. The changes began with enhanced electrical conductivity that allowed him to draw power directly from atmospheric energy sources, eliminating his need for food or rest as long as he remained in contact with natural lightning fields. His scales developed metallic properties that could store and redirect electrical energy, transforming his entire body into a living capacitor capable of generating lightning strikes far more powerful than any normal dragonborn breath weapon. More significantly, his consciousness began to expand beyond normal mortal limitations, gaining awareness of electrical patterns across vast geographic areas and the ability to communicate through electromagnetic phenomena rather than verbal speech. While these abilities represented incredible enhancements to his natural dragonborn traits, they also made normal social interaction increasingly difficult as his thought patterns became more alien to ordinary mortal experience. Vorthak's eventual decision to reverse his transformation required magical intervention from master clerics and wizards who understood the complex relationships between soul, body, and elemental forces. Even after successful restoration to his original form, he retained enhanced abilities and psychological changes that permanently altered his approach to existence, demonstrating that contact with the deepest levels of draconic heritage inevitably leaves lasting marks on those who experience it. The social implications of enhanced draconic manifestations create significant challenges for communities that must balance respect for individual spiritual development with concern for collective safety and social harmony. Dragonborn who display unusually strong ancestral traits may find themselves simultaneously revered and feared by their neighbors, valued for their enhanced capabilities, but suspected of harboring dangerous impulses that could threaten community stability. These concerns are not entirely unfounded, as enhanced individuals often struggle with psychological changes that can make them less responsive to social constraints and moral obligations that normally govern community behavior. The sense of inherent superiority that comes with increased draconic traits can evolve into genuine contempt for the limitations and concerns of ordinary mortals, creating potential for conflicts that traditional dispute resolution methods are inadequate to address. The Bloodfire incident in the settlement of Haven's Rest demonstrates how quickly enhanced individuals can become threats to the communities they originally sought to protect. When raiders attacked the town, a young dragonborn named Sareth Goldscale experienced a manifestation of ancestral power that enabled him to single-handedly destroy the entire raiding force through breath weapons of unprecedented intensity. However, the enhancement did not fade when the immediate threat was eliminated. Instead, Sareth began displaying the territorial behavior and domineering attitude typical of true dragons, declaring himself the rightful ruler of Haven's Rest and demanding tribute from the population he had saved. When the townspeople attempted to discuss their concerns about his changed behavior, he interpreted their resistance as rebellion requiring immediate punishment. The situation escalated rapidly, as Sareth's enhanced abilities made conventional forms of intervention impossible, while his increasing alienation from mortal concerns made negotiation increasingly futile. The crisis was ultimately resolved through the intervention of a visiting bronze dragon who was able to communicate with Cyric on terms he could understand and convince him to accept magical treatment that restored his normal personality and abilities. The psychological trauma experienced by both Cyric and the community he had terrorized illustrates the devastating potential of draconic heritage when it manifests without adequate preparation or social support. The incident led to the development of early warning systems and intervention protocols designed to identify and address dangerous manifestations before they can escalate beyond community control. The ongoing challenge of managing draconic heritage within civilized society has led to the development of various philosophical and practical approaches that attempt to balance individual spiritual development with collective safety and social harmony. Some communities embrace a suppression model that seeks to minimize manifestations of ancestral traits through education, social pressure, and magical intervention when necessary. Others adopt enhancement approaches that encourage controlled development of draconic abilities within carefully structured frameworks designed to channel potentially dangerous impulses toward constructive purposes. These programs typically involve extensive training in mental discipline, ethical philosophy, and practical skills needed to manage enhanced abilities responsibly. The most successful approaches appear to be those that combine elements of both strategies, providing individuals with opportunities to explore their heritage while maintaining strong social support networks and intervention capabilities. The recognition that draconic inheritance is an integral part of Dragonborn identity, rather than a dangerous aberration, has proven crucial for developing sustainable long-term solutions. As we examine the complex relationship between Dragonborn and their draconic heritage, we see reflected the universal human struggle between our higher and lower natures, between the civilized values we aspire to uphold and the primal impulses that continue to influence our behavior despite our best intentions. The Dragonborn experience reminds us that true nobility lies not in the absence of dangerous impulses, but in the conscious choice to channel natural abilities toward purposes that honor both individual potential and collective welfare. Chapter 11. Clans of the Forgotten Empire. When mighty civilizations fall, they do not vanish completely but fragment into countless pieces, each carried forward by those who refuse to let the light of their ancestors die in darkness. The great clans of the Dragonborn diaspora serve as living museums of imperial memory, each preserving particular aspects of Arcosian culture with religious devotion, while adapting to realities their founders could never have imagined. These family lineages have become the repositories of lost arts, forgotten wisdom, and cultural practices that might otherwise have perished with the golden cities that gave them birth. To understand the clans is to glimpse the full scope of what was lost when Arcosia fell, while witnessing the remarkable resilience of a people determined to honor their heritage even in exile. The clan of the Eternal Flame stands as perhaps the most traditionalist of the surviving bloodlines, their gold-scaled members having maintained the strictest adherence to imperial customs despite centuries of diaspora existence. Led by the ancient matriarch Vorthessa the Undying, whose scales have turned to brilliant platinum through exposure to sacred fires that have burned continuously since the Empire's founding. They preserve the ceremonial and religious traditions that once bound Arcosia's diverse populations into a unified whole. Their primary settlement, known as the Golden Sanctuary, occupies a hidden valley in the Dragonspine Mountains, where geothermal vents provide the perpetual flames necessary for their most sacred rituals. Here, the clan maintains temples that replicate the architectural marvels of lost Arxostos, their chambers carved from living rock and adorned with scalework that captures and reflects firelight and patterns that induce religious ecstasy in those who understand their significance. The Eternal Flame's most precious treasure is the Archive of Voices, a collection of crystallized sound recordings that preserve the actual words spoken by Arcosia's greatest emperors, philosophers, and religious leaders. These crystal matrices, activated through carefully controlled application of fire breath, allow listeners to hear imperial proclamations, theological debates, and cultural ceremonies exactly as they were performed centuries ago, providing an unbroken link to the Empire's golden age that no written record could match. The clan's dedication to preservation has come at significant cost, as their refusal to adapt traditional practices to contemporary realities has left them increasingly isolated from the broader Dragonborn community. Young clan members often struggle with the rigid expectations placed upon them, leading to frequent departures as individuals choose personal freedom over ancestral obligation. Those who remain demonstrate extraordinary devotion to their heritage, but at the price of becoming living relics themselves. In stark contrast stands the clan of the Silver Dawn, whose ice-touched members have embraced adaptation and innovation while maintaining deep reverence for their imperial roots. Led by the brilliant strategist Corvith Frostmind, whose silver scales shimmer with an inner light that suggests enhanced draconic heritage, they have become the most successful of the diaspora clans in terms of integration with foreign societies, while retaining distinct cultural identity. The Silver Dawn's approach to cultural preservation emphasizes the principles underlying traditional practices rather than their specific forms, allowing for creative adaptation that honors ancestral wisdom while addressing contemporary challenges. Their settlements, scattered across the northern regions where their ice-breathing abilities provide practical advantages, serve as models for successful Dragonborn integration into multicultural societies. Their greatest achievement has been the development of the Academy of Synthesis, an educational institution that combines traditional Arcosian learning with the best knowledge available from other cultures. Students at the Academy learn classical Draconic, alongside modern languages, study imperial history within the context of broader world events, and master both ancestral crafts and contemporary technologies that enhance their capabilities. The Academy's graduates have become influential figures throughout the known world, serving as diplomats, scholars, and advisors whose unique combination of traditional wisdom and modern knowledge makes them invaluable to rulers seeking to understand the complex political and cultural dynamics of an increasingly interconnected world. Their success has enhanced the reputation of all Dragonborn, while demonstrating that cultural heritage can be a source of strength rather than limitation in contemporary society. The Clan of the Storm's courage represents a middle path between preservation and adaptation, their bronze-scaled warriors having maintained the martial traditions of Imperial Arcosia while developing new applications for ancient disciplines. Under the leadership of War Chief Thessarian Thunderclaw, whose lightning-scarred scales tell the story of countless battles fought in service of justice and protection of the innocent, they have become renowned as honorable mercenaries, whose presence can tip the balance in conflicts throughout the civilized world. The Storm's courage specializes in the protection of trade routes and the defense of settlements threatened by monsters, bandits, or hostile military forces. Their reputation for absolute reliability and adherence to their contracts has made them the preferred military force for rulers who need warriors they can trust completely, regardless of political pressures or changing circumstances. Their unique contribution to Dragonborn culture has been the development of the Codex of Just War, a comprehensive manual that adapts traditional Arcosian military ethics to the complexities of contemporary conflict. The Codex addresses questions that Imperial doctrine never contemplated, such as the proper conduct of mercenary forces, the obligations of warriors serving foreign rulers, and the ethical frameworks for determining when intervention in local conflicts serves justice rather than mere profit. The clan maintains training compounds throughout the world, where young Dragonborn can learn both traditional combat techniques and the ethical principles necessary to apply those skills honorably. These institutions have become centers of cultural exchange, where Dragonborn martial arts are taught alongside the military traditions of other cultures, creating hybrid fighting styles that enhance effectiveness while maintaining the honor codes that define Dragonborn identity. The Clan of the Copper Dream pursues perhaps the most unusual approach to cultural preservation, their members having become traveling storytellers and performers who maintain imperial culture through entertainment rather than formal education. Led by the charismatic bard Melody Song Scale, whose copper-colored scales produce musical tones when struck in precise patterns, they have transformed ancient historical chronicles into epic performances that captivate audiences while preserving essential cultural knowledge. Their traveling companies perform throughout the civilized world, presenting Arcosian history, mythology, and moral philosophy through dramatic presentations that make abstract concepts accessible to audiences regardless of their education or cultural background. The performances serve multiple purposes simultaneously, entertaining crowds, educating Dragonborn youth about their heritage, and countering negative stereotypes by demonstrating the sophisticated cultural achievements of imperial civilization. The Copper Dream's most innovative creation has been the Living History Project, which recreates significant events from Arcosian history through immersive theatrical experiences that allow audiences to participate as historical figures. These performances require extensive research and careful historical accuracy, transforming entertainment into scholarship while making the past emotionally relevant to contemporary participants. The clan's archives contain the largest collection of imperial folk songs, traditional stories, and cultural ceremonies preserved outside the Golden Sanctuary, but their materials exist in performance-ready forms that can be adapted to different audiences and circumstances. This flexibility has allowed them to preserve cultural elements that might otherwise have been lost while making those traditions accessible to future generations growing up in radically different circumstances. The clan of the Brass Key has taken on the specialized role of maintaining the technological and magical innovations that made Imperial Arcosia possible, their members serving as living libraries of engineering knowledge, alchemical formulae, and magical techniques that contemporary civilizations have yet to rediscover. Under the guidance of Master Artificer Vorthak Gearwright, whose brass scales have been permanently etched with magical diagrams through decades of experimental research, they work to recover and preserve the technological heritage of their lost empire. Their workshops, hidden in remote locations where magical experiments can be conducted safely, contain some of the last functioning examples of Arcosian magical technology, dragon flame forges that can work materials impossible to shape through conventional means, crystalline computers that perform calculations through pure magical energy, and communication devices that operate across planar boundaries, represent just a fraction of the innovations they have successfully preserved. The Brass Key's research extends beyond mere preservation to active development of new applications for ancient principles, creating hybrid technologies that combine imperial techniques with contemporary innovations from other cultures. Their achievements have attracted attention from scholars and rulers throughout the world, leading to collaborative projects that enhance their resources while spreading knowledge of Arcosian technical achievements. However, their work also attracts unwanted attention from those who would exploit their knowledge for destructive purposes. The clan has developed elaborate security measures to protect their most dangerous research, while ensuring that beneficial innovations can be shared with trusted allies. Their members often work under assumed identities in foreign institutions, quietly advancing the state of magical and technological knowledge, while guarding the secrets that could be misused by those lacking proper ethical foundations. The clan of the Obsidian Mirror represents the darkest aspect of Dragonborn heritage preservation, their acid-blessed members having become specialists in the more troubling aspects of imperial history and the dangerous knowledge that contributed to Arcosia's ultimate destruction. Led by the enigmatic figure known only as the Chronicler, whose black scales seem to absorb light rather than reflect it, they maintain archives that other clans prefer to forget or deny. Their collections include detailed records of imperial atrocities, accounts of the magical experiments that damaged the fabric of reality, and preserved examples of the corrupted technologies that made the Great Sundering so catastrophically destructive. While other clans focus on celebrating Arcosia's achievements, the Obsidian Mirror forces recognition of the Empire's failures and the consequences of unchecked power. This uncomfortable mission has made them outcasts even within the broader Dragonborn community, as their work serves as a constant reminder of the potential for evil that exists within their heritage. However, their research has proven invaluable for understanding the magical instabilities that continue to plague regions affected by the Great Sundering, and for developing safeguards against the repetition of imperial mistakes. The clan's most controversial project involves the preservation of individuals who witnessed or participated in the Empire's final conflicts, using magical techniques that suspend aging and memory decay to maintain living witnesses who can provide first-hand accounts of events that shaped their people's destiny. These preserved witnesses serve as both historical resources and psychological burden for clan members who must care for beings trapped between past and present. The relationships between these major clans reflect the broader tensions within Dragonborn society regarding the proper approach to heritage preservation and cultural adaptation. The Eternal Flame views the Silver Dawn's innovations as dangerous compromises that threaten essential traditions, while the Silver Dawn considers the Eternal Flame's rigidity a form of cultural suicide that will ultimately lead to complete assimilation or extinction. The Storm's courage often serves as mediator between these opposing perspectives, their military background providing them with practical understanding of both the value of tradition and the necessity of adaptation. The Copper Dream's entertainment focus allows them to work with all factions while avoiding the political conflicts that divide more doctrinaire groups. The Brass Key's technical focus and the Obsidian Mirror's historical mission place them somewhat outside these cultural debates, though their work provides essential resources that support the preservation efforts of all other clans. Their specialized knowledge makes them valuable allies for any faction, while their dangerous research creates universal concern about the potential consequences of their investigations. The emergence of smaller clans and family groups that combine elements from multiple major traditions suggests the evolution of new approaches to cultural preservation that may prove more sustainable than the pure forms maintained by the traditional bloodlines. These hybrid communities often develop innovative solutions that honor ancestral principles while adapting to contemporary realities in ways that neither pure preservation nor complete assimilation could achieve. The annual gathering of Scales, where representatives from all major clans convene to share knowledge and coordinate preservation efforts, has become the most important event in the Dragonborn cultural calendar. These gatherings provide opportunities for young Dragonborn to learn about the full scope of their heritage, while allowing clan leaders to address challenges that require coordinated responses. As we examine the diverse approaches taken by the surviving clans of the Forgotten Empire, see reflected the fundamental challenge facing all cultures confronting radical change: how to honor the past while embracing the future, how to preserve essential values while adapting to new circumstances, and how to maintain distinct identity while participating fully in broader civilization. The Dragonborn clans demonstrate that cultural survival requires not rigid adherence to unchanging forms, but creative adaptation that preserves essential meanings, while allowing for evolution and growth. Chapter 12. The Eternal Legacy. In the end, all bloodlines must answer the same eternal question: what does it mean to inherit power that was never earned? To carry within oneself the potential for both transcendent greatness and devastating destruction? To bear responsibility for futures that will be shaped by choices made in the shadows of ancestral glory and failure? The Dragonborn stand at the crossroads of all such questions, their very existence a bridge between mortal limitation and divine possibility. Their every breath, a reminder that the line between creation and destruction is often measured in the space between intention and action. Their eternal legacy lies not in the empires they have built or lost, but in their ongoing demonstration that heritage is both gift and burden, that true nobility must be chosen anew by each generation, and that the greatest victories are often won, not on battlefields but in the quiet moments when individuals choose honor over expedience, service over dominion, and wisdom over mere power. The contemporary Dragonborn inherits a legacy that encompasses both the heights of civilizational achievement and the depths of catastrophic failure, making every life choice a meditation on the proper use of inherited gifts and the weight of ancestral obligation. They cannot escape the reality that their very existence serves as a reminder of what mortals can accomplish when blessed with divine favor, nor can they ignore the equally powerful reminder of how quickly such blessings can transform into curses when pride overwhelms wisdom and power corrupts purpose. This dual inheritance creates a unique form of existential responsibility that few other peoples must confront so directly. Every Dragonborn must eventually decide whether their draconic heritage represents a mandate for leadership and dominance, or a calling to service and protection. Whether their natural abilities mark them as inherently superior to other races, or as uniquely obligated to use their gifts for the benefit of all creation. These are not merely philosophical questions but practical dilemmas that shape daily decisions about career, relationships, community involvement, and personal development. The psychological weight of carrying such legacy manifests differently in each individual, but certain patterns emerge consistently across all bloodlines and communities. Young Dragonborn often experience what scholars term heritage anxiety, a persistent uncertainty about whether they are living up to the example set by their imperial ancestors, and a fear that their choices might dishonor the sacrifices made by previous generations. This anxiety can paralyze individuals who feel overwhelmed by the scope of their inherited obligations, or drive them to desperate attempts to prove their worthiness through grand gestures that may be inappropriate to their circumstances. Conversely, some individuals develop legacy fatigue, a rejection of ancestral obligations that they view as irrelevant to contemporary life, or burdensome constraints on personal freedom. These Dragonborn may attempt to minimize their heritage through deliberate assimilation into other cultures, downplaying their distinctive abilities and avoiding connections with traditional communities. While this approach can provide temporary relief from cultural pressures, it often leads to a sense of disconnection and loss of identity that proves equally troubling in the long term. The most psychologically healthy Dragonborn appear to be those who develop what researchers call integrated heritage perspective, an understanding of their legacy as a source of strength and guidance rather than obligation or burden. These individuals recognize that their ancestral inheritance provides valuable resources for navigating contemporary challenges, while acknowledging that each generation must determine how to apply inherited wisdom to new circumstances that their predecessors could never have anticipated. The process of achieving such integration typically requires extensive personal reflection, often supported by community mentorship, and sometimes facilitated by formal counseling or spiritual guidance. The most effective approaches combine historical education about Arcosian achievements and failures with practical training in ethical decision-making and emotional regulation that helps individuals manage the psychological pressures associated with draconic heritage. The broader social implications of Dragonborn heritage extend far beyond their own communities to encompass their relationships with other races and their role in shaping the future development of civilizations throughout the known world. Their unique position as beings who combine mortal perspectives with access to draconic power creates opportunities for cultural bridge building and conflict resolution that few other groups can provide, but it also generates expectations and suspicions that can complicate their efforts to contribute positively to multicultural societies. Many non-Dragonborn view their draconic heritage with a mixture of admiration and apprehension, recognizing the potential benefits of having such powerful allies, while worrying about the possibility that inherited pride or ancestral instincts might eventually overcome civilized restraints. These concerns are not entirely unfounded, as documented cases of Dragonborn individuals succumbing to draconic impulses demonstrate, but they often reflect broader fears about power and difference, rather than realistic assessments of actual behavior patterns. The challenge for contemporary Dragonborn lies in demonstrating through consistent action that their heritage enhances rather than threatens the communities they join, that their distinctive abilities serve collective welfare rather than personal aggrandizement, and that their proud traditions complement rather than conflict with democratic values and multicultural cooperation. This demonstration requires not only individual commitment to ethical behavior, but collective effort to address the historical factors that have contributed to negative stereotypes and social barriers. The educational initiatives undertaken by various Dragonborn organizations represent one promising approach to improving intercultural understanding while preserving heritage traditions. By sharing knowledge about Arcosian achievements in art, science, philosophy, and governance, these programs help other races appreciate the positive contributions that Draconic culture has made to world civilization, while providing contexts that make contemporary Dragonborn behavior more comprehensible to those who lack familiarity with their cultural frameworks. Cultural exchange programs that allow non-Dragonborn individuals to experience traditional ceremonies, artistic expressions, and philosophical discussions provide opportunities for building genuine understanding that transcends superficial stereotypes. These programs often reveal that many supposedly draconic traits, such as emphasis on honor, commitment to excellence, and pride in cultural achievement, represent values that other cultures share and appreciate when presented in accessible forms. The technological and magical innovations emerging from Dragonborn research initiatives offer another avenue for demonstrating the positive potential of their heritage, while addressing practical challenges that affect all civilized peoples. Their unique ability to work with high-temperature processes, electrical phenomena, and corrosive substances has led to breakthroughs in metallurgy, energy generation, and industrial chemistry that benefit entire regions rather than serving only Dragonborn interests. The development of new magical techniques that combine draconic breath weapons with contemporary spellcasting traditions has created hybrid approaches to healing, agriculture, and environmental restoration that prove more effective than either tradition alone could achieve. These collaborative innovations demonstrate the value of cultural diversity, while providing concrete benefits that help overcome prejudice through practical demonstration rather than theoretical argument. The spiritual dimensions of Dragonborn legacy carry implications that extend beyond individual communities to encompass cosmic questions about the nature of divine purpose and mortal responsibility that concern all thinking beings. Their ongoing search for Io and their efforts to understand the cosmic significance of their creation speak to universal human concerns about meaning, purpose, and the relationship between individual choice and divine will. The theological insights emerging from their spiritual research suggest that the traditional understanding of divinity as distant, unchanging authority may be inadequate for addressing the complexities of contemporary existence. Their discovery that Io's division was a deliberate sacrifice rather than a defeat points toward concepts of divine love that embraces transformation and growth, rather than demanding rigid adherence to unchanging patterns. These spiritual developments have influenced religious thought throughout the civilized world, as theologians from many traditions struggle to understand the implications of divine beings who choose to fragment themselves in service of greater purposes. The Dragonborn experience suggests that sacred relationships may be more dynamic and collaborative than traditional doctrines acknowledge, offering hope for more flexible approaches to spiritual development that honor individual growth, while maintaining connection to transcendent values. The political implications of Dragonborn heritage remain complex and contested, as their historical association with imperial governance creates both opportunities and obstacles for their participation in contemporary political systems. Their natural leadership abilities and broad cultural knowledge make them valuable contributors to democratic institutions, but their inherited assumptions about authority and obligation sometimes conflict with egalitarian principles that emphasize popular sovereignty over inherited privilege. The most successful Dragonborn political leaders have been those who recognize that their heritage provides resources for public service rather than justification for political dominance, using their distinctive abilities to facilitate compromise, bridge cultural differences, and develop solutions that serve diverse constituencies. Their success demonstrates that inherited advantages can serve democratic values when applied with humility and genuine commitment to collective welfare. The legal frameworks needed to accommodate Dragonborn participation in multicultural societies continue to evolve as communities develop better understanding of their unique needs and capabilities. Laws that once excluded them from certain professions or residential areas are gradually being reformed, while new regulations emerge to address the practical challenges of integrating individuals with supernatural abilities into societies designed for purely mortal populations. The development of specialized training programs for law enforcement, healthcare providers, and emergency responders helps ensure that Dragonborn citizens receive appropriate services while preventing their abilities from creating public safety concerns. These programs often reveal that accommodation of Dragonborn needs enhances services for all citizens while building institutional capacity that proves valuable when dealing with other supernatural individuals or unusual circumstances. As we contemplate the future trajectory of Dragonborn heritage, we see both unprecedented opportunities and significant challenges that will test their ability to maintain cultural identity while adapting to rapidly changing global circumstances. The increasing interconnectedness of world civilizations creates new possibilities for cultural exchange and collaboration, while also intensifying pressures for assimilation that could threaten the preservation of distinctive traditions. The emergence of new threats that require coordinated responses from multiple civilizations may provide opportunities for Dragonborn to demonstrate their value as bridges between different cultures and approaches to problem solving. Their experience in managing the psychological challenges of inherited power and their theological insights into the nature of sacrifice and transformation could prove invaluable for addressing global challenges that require both practical cooperation and spiritual wisdom. The younger generations of diaspora Dragonborn, who have grown up in multicultural environments while maintaining connections to their ancestral heritage, may represent the future evolution of their people's role in world civilization. These individuals often combine traditional Dragonborn values with contemporary perspectives in ways that create new possibilities for cultural synthesis and innovation. Their success in navigating multiple cultural frameworks while maintaining personal integrity suggests that heritage need not be a barrier to integration, but can serve as a foundation for building bridges between different communities and traditions. As they assume leadership roles within both Dragonborn communities and broader society, they carry forward the eternal legacy of their people, while adapting it to serve purposes that their imperial ancestors could never have envisioned. The ultimate measure of Dragonborn legacy will not be found in the monuments they build or the territories they control, but in their ongoing demonstration that power can serve wisdom, that strength can choose gentleness, and that those blessed with exceptional gifts can use them to elevate others rather than dominate them. In learning to carry their heritage with both pride and humility, they offer hope to all peoples who struggle with the challenge of honoring the past while building a better future. Their story reminds us that true nobility lies not in the accidents of birth or the advantages of inheritance, but in the daily choice to use whatever gifts we possess in service of purposes greater than ourselves. In the end, the eternal legacy of the Dragonborn may be their testament to the possibility of transformation, that beings created for dominion can choose to serve, that those born to rule can learn to collaborate, and that the children of dragons can become guardians of peace rather than architects of conquest.